Alrighty. Hey, Debuff, Santa. Is this the Beelzebub theme? It is. Good old SMT3 music. Alright, let's hop out of that one there. And get into it. But how's it going, everyone? I hope everyone is doing well. I was going to do a bit of like messing around with fusing and stuff off stream, but I have had zero time to play today. Pretty much from getting out of bed and onward. Alright. So where am I now? Oh yeah. Where Shiva was. Taito. This one. So all we've got left is the final dungeon. I'm pretty much done with the game. Life Drain Gem. I really should use those more, to be honest. If I need MP on someone, I should use Life Drain Gems instead of Chakra Drops. Oh yeah, what was in the Type D essence as well? Type D. That's right, Debilitate, Luster Candy. Resist Fizz. Man, I wish that was Null Fizz. But I guess that would be too good. And what moves did I put on Mother Harlot again? Crazy that even though she's 10 levels below the others, she still has comparable HP. Like, she's so beefy. Debilitate Dakunda. I could replace Dakunda with like an elemental thing, like maybe electric. I really don't need Dakunda. Or I could replace it with like Absorb or Repel Wind. And then it would just be intense coverage defensively. I don't know. I don't think it'll be necessary to do that though. I feel like I'm probably going to wreck just about everything from this point on after beating Shiva. Wait, what am I doing? I can teleport in there. I don't have to walk in. I can teleport in. And kill Metatron, like, right off the bat. Although I can also go around and talk to all these other random NPCs that have new dialogue. And I could do that challenge fight too. The new challenge thing. You know what, I'm going to actually talk to these NPCs, and then I'm going to do that challenge fight of the Taito bosses. Oh, I also never actually sold... How much money do I have? Never sold all this shit. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's even anything that I want to buy in here. That's right, you can't buy the Emerita showers. All the life bombs.
Need any?
Hey Doris, how's it going? Alright. Yeah, actually, I never did the quest to kill Huang Long, did I? Yeah, I just never finished it. And I didn't fight Masakato either. I could try and fight him. Totally forgot about that. Wow, you should not be aggressive anymore. What the hell is he doing over here? Alright, let's try and fight Huang Long. And Driftwood, how's it going? Yeah, actually, I'm up to, like, halfway into the final dungeon, but I had to do some extra side stuff, and I had to fight this super boss, because I'm going for the true neutral ending. So I had to kill Shiva as well, and that's what I did at the end of last stream. Apparently I could finish the game within like an hour if I just went straight to the main dungeon, like the final dungeon. But I've still got a little bit of side questing to clean up too. Hey Takado. Stayed up late enough to catch the start of the stream. Nice. What time is it for you? Alright, Huang Long I think is gonna get absolutely fucked. I should have come back here and fought this guy ages ago, but I just kind of forgot to. 12:47, not bad. What time do you normally go to bed? What are you weak to, Huang Long?
Here.
10 p.m. Oh, okay, you're pretty late then, huh? Shining Dragon Scales. Oh. That would be really good panned with Pandemonic. Megidola on, and all the Dines. All the AoE Dines even, which is bad for him. So if he uses any of these, he loses a turn. And he's only weak to Dark, which is kind of annoying. Do I even have Dark on you? Nope, I don't have Dark or Light on you anymore. That's right. He did, yeah. When I last fought this guy, I was at level 50, and he's level 70. And he had like an entire tier of spells above me. But this time, he is in for a bad time. He's probably going to just die before he gets a turn again. Yeah, not even a chance. Not even a chance. I should have come back and fought this guy ages ago. Konohana is Yukiko's persona in Persona 4. Is that so? I don't even remember which one Yukiko is. Is that the bathhouse girl? Huang Long's essence. Yeah, I should have come back and did this quest ages ago, but I just forgot. Just forgot. Energy drain. Wow. Well, quest complete. Who else can I talk to here? Someone up there, someone down there. There's some people down there. Sort of talk to all these random people, I might as well. Wait, I thought there was some people down here. No, whoops, that's a repeatable quest, that's someone to talk to. Oh, also, I went to the wrong one. Alright. They probably have nothing to say, but I just want to talk to everyone, because you never know. Sometimes they give you stuff. Alright, Tokyo Tower. These two again. Hey Kelvin, how's it going? Back up there. Oops. That's what I get for looking at chat. If only I could just kill everything in one shot with an AoE. Rip those guys. Rip Megapig. Alright, what do you got for me? Melted Dole. I don't even know what that is. I'm guessing it's a junk item to sell. I would like a table of, like, the... So I found a table of, like, the kind of shit that you get from each of the demon guides. Oh, he's under the thing, under the bridge. I found a table of, like, each of the stuff that the demon guides dig up. For the original ones, but not for the new ones. Alright, and that's everyone here. Except, I guess I got Tokyo Diet Building. Wow, no one in there, huh? Well, maybe in the other room here. Huh. Okay. I was gonna say, there's no one here?
Yes? Yes? Yes?
Ah, no. God damn it.
Yes?
Offer assistance.
Yes? Yes?
Wow.
Goodbye.
Wait, what? Why did I have to talk to her for that? What level's Mephisto as well? 79. Man, fuck that fight. Increased damage for all allies when striking a weakness of foes that have ailments. Wow, that's really specific. It would want to be a pretty big increase, considering that it is so specific. Defense, accuracy, evasion. That's really cheap, though. That's really cheap. 29 MP. I mean, granted, it's plus 9, so that's why it's so cheap. But 29 MP for Secunda and Rakunda. That's pretty good. Also, he learns Luster Candy. Damn, he's actually pretty good. He is weak to light, but he nulls physical. He nulls physical and absorbs dark. And light is a pretty easy one to cover by just putting a null on him. But also, light is pretty rare. You don't really deal with light that much. Alright, I'm gonna, well, I guess maybe I'll change... I'll put in, Cleopatra. Actually, no, I think I actually do want Mother Harlot out. Even though Cleopatra would do more damage. I don't really care about the damage. Kind of want the defensive coverage. Let's do that challenge fight.
Hey!
Bravo battles A, Taito battles A. Taito battles A. I don't know why they have, like, Shinagawa battles A and Taito battles A, because there's no, like, Taito battles B. It's just A. I could try the level 100 challenge as well. I didn't have to scan him, too. Still has a ton of HP. Did he just miss? Wait, what was that attack? Oh, it was Gungnir. Okay. I was like, why did that not get repelled by Harlot? So let's try one of these life drain gems. That's not bad. 54 MP is kind of meh. You're weak to fire. Nice dodge. I don't even remember what this guy does. Bazuki, what do you have? Bunch of status, ice, and physical. No AoE physical though. Probably should have just healed instead. Oh well. Because now I'm not going to have the MP to use Debilitate. Oh well. Soma. Debilitate. It is nice that you get just all the consumables when you're doing these challenge fights. You don't have to like stock them up yourself. That's right, she doesn't have wind coverage. Fool. Alright. Dead. Man, that's so crazy how much damage that does. Like, Ishisude can actually just do more damage in some cases than main character, which is nuts.
True.
He's just a random demon. Like, he's not even a special unlock or something.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Five Luck Bomb. Wow. I might try doing the first one at level 100. I'm not level 100, but I'm not that far off. Maybe I can do it. I wish I had more grimoires, but I used them all already to prepare for Shiva. Oh, wait, did I actually save just then? I'm pretty sure I did. But...
Hey.
Alright, so I want to try Minato Battles on Challenge Mode, which brings it to level 100. All enemies will start at level 100. Each time you complete challenge mode, the enemy's levels will increase by 100 for the next time you try. Enemies will have one more press turn icon than they normally would. Enemies will use Pierce and instead of critical. Enemies will have the passive skill Impaler's Revenge. What the fuck is Impaler's Revenge? Alright. I wonder what you get for doing this. So, I mean, let's... Oh, I'd have to scan him again. Let's try it.
This'll do.
Pernicious Venom. Impaler's Revenge. Chance of getting Impaler's Animus after a user's attack has been null, drained, or repelled. Ah. I see. So you can't just, like, mega coverage them out of existence, huh? That's a clever way of handling it, I suppose. Still, I don't know, kind of awkward. 155 strength, though. That's insane. 155 strength. That's like a larger stat total than I've got. Still the same weaknesses and resistances, though. Which is pretty easy to deal with. Pretty fucking high defense, though, that's for sure. I wonder, though, does the Persona 4 version of Konohana have that super OP heal and buff thing? He doesn't hit very hard. For having 155 strength, he doesn't hit very fucking hard. Oh shit, wrong button. Did he just freaking Magatsuhi 2 turns in a row? Oh, so how does this poison him? Oh, heads on. 109, okay. Not nice, but not just lethal. I want to see how hard these life drain gems hit. Yeah, the MP drain spells are pretty fucking bad. Hey Vince, fuck God Bond difficulty. Why is that? I probably should have made a point of using a Soma before that turn, before the end of that. Because now I'm going to have the same thing I had last time. Oh, that's right, they fucking block ice. I can do one debilitate. Centered around buying incenses and balms and sutras. You can buy them? Interesting. Yeah, I guess, like, you would just grind money then and just max out your stats. I kind of, because you're level 150, but so are they, right? I kind of figured just being on even levels would be enough. Because you've got, like, perfect setups. Oh, he blocks fire, wonderful. Man, what the fuck are you weak to? Evescu. You can sell 1,000 glory for 500k. Oh, okay. That's odd. Wait, why are his weaknesses not being recorded here? I've hit him with wind. I've hit him with multiple elements here, and it's recorded that he nulls fire, but it hasn't recorded the other ones. I guess I meant to just scan him again, but whatever. I'm just gonna spy scope you. Fire. For some reason I thought she was electric. But no, it's fire. She nulls charm. Good thing I've got debilitate instead of, what's it called? Frolic. Yeah, to be honest, I'm not really that interested in Godborn myself. It's a kind of a neat idea. Maybe I'll check it out when I've done all the other things. I am much more, like, I think the fun part about SMT isn't beating the game with a perfect party. It's like the actual, like, going through the motions of having to build your party, building it up from the ground and working your way through, like, at the appropriate levels, rather than just having things scaled up. Nice dodge. Yeah, I mean, we're specifically talking about the Godborn mode, though, where everything gets scaled up to level 150. Yeah, Godborn is New Game Plus only, and you only unlock it after beating all the routes, right? Exactly 3,000 damage, wow. Yeah, it doesn't sound very fun to me, but like, it's just a new thing, so people are trying it out. I wouldn't mind giving it a crack at some point. Like, the idea is that everything's scaled to 150, but so are you, and you have access to a perfect party. Wait, why do some of them have reduced stats there? Weird. The idea is, yeah, you're 150, you got a perfect party, and they're 150, they have a perfect, like, they have really high stats. All rounds, just both stories. Oh, okay. I thought you had to do Chaos and Lawful or something to unlock it. Like, I don't know. It's a neat idea for what it's worth. I'm not that interested in it though. Hey, Selene, how's it going? Oh, right, you only get her to half HP. Always forget that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, a level, everything's scaled to 150, but they don't get a full new moveset, right? It's pretty much just the same dudes, but with much higher stats. Like what I'm doing right now, I'm fighting level 100 versions of the earlier bosses. They still have the same moveset, though. So, like, and they still have the same weaknesses and resistances. So even though they're level 100 and they have, like, you know, 150 strength, it doesn't really make any difference, to be honest. Because they're still, like, the same. Like, I've got a good setup now. I have good coverage. I don't have easy weaknesses. Like, I've got Debilitate and Luster Candy and good coverage and all of this shit. I imagine if you were just powering through, you could do a run in a couple hours, though, to be honest. The game is not really that long if you're not doing anything on the side. If you were beelining it, not fighting random encounters, just powering through the main story, going objective to objective, I don't think it would take you very long at all to go through the main story in this, huh? Yeah, like the pixies in the wild still are pixies. They still have, you know, Zan and what, Dia? Like, they're still, they might have crazy stats, but it's still a pixie. It's still as easy to kill as a pixie, as long as you have appropriate stats. Oh yeah? These are kind of neat, though. You don't get anything out of the challenge mode. I just beat the challenge mode one for
Hey.
for Minato, I mean. And I didn't... Like, Minato battle... If I do the Minato battles again, though, it'll be level 200. Because I already beat it at 100. So each time you beat it, they go up by 100 levels. But you don't get anything out of these, which is kind of lame. But I already did the other ones at level 100. The Taito battles wouldn't even really change at level 100 because they're already, like, level 80.
Huh?
Alright, did all the dialogue there. What dialogue? New dialogue here? Any dialogue? Doesn't look like it. There is new dialogue here. Probably nothing. Like, I think all of this gonna just be, like, nothing dialogue, but I might as well check it out before I go in and kill, Metatron. Let's turn those off. And turn these off. New dialogue there. I wonder how long it would take me to do New Game Plus through the story to get a different route ending, to get the miracles. Wow, very good. Down here. Really, that's it? Wow. Yeah, that's right. Tokyo probably has a bunch out on the map. I could try and fight Masakato again. Like, I think it's possible for me to beat Masakato, maybe, if I can beat Shiva. So the thing with Masakado is he's weak to everything, but he's insanely strong. Like, he's weak to literally everything except for Almighty, because you can't be weak to Almighty. But he is insanely strong. Might as well work from home, he says. That's the dream. No one here. Really? I can't go back there, huh? I kind of figured the neutral ending would actually be to do with, whatever that guy's name was, Goko and the Jozoji people. I can never remember the name of that place. I kind of figured that would be the neutral party. But no, that's essentially the Chaos Party. Alright. Yeah, I mean, Yakuma and Nuwa are the neutral people. But, like, I kind of expected Goko to be the neutral guy. Because they make a point of him popping up all over the place. He's just not a part of either of the armies. There is people to talk to in here, but do I want to actually go and talk to these people? Not really. I don't want to talk to them. I'm sure... Actually, how many people are there to talk to in here? It's just the one, right? Yeah, it's just the one. I'll do it. How do I reach you? I think it'll be faster this way. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind those two characters. I just wasn't really expecting them to be the neutral. Just because, neutral doesn't usually feel like the, super hostile party, but they kinda are. Wow, you had literally nothing to say. Cool, buddy. Thanks. Temple of Eternity. I don't think there's anyone in there to talk to. It's actually a pretty neat dungeon. I just wish there was more dungeons in this game. Like, the world maps are really well done, and the dungeons are cool, but there's 2 dungeons. There's 2 actual dungeons in the game. But I like traditional dungeons in my RPGs. Yeah, like, I really like how they've done the overworld areas. Especially, like, Chiyoda and Taito, I think are really well done. I mean, they're all well done, actually. All 4 of the main world map areas are quite well done. I think Chiyoda was just really cool because it feels so intricate. But I kind of like, I kind of like just having, you know, traditional dungeons where you spend a lot of time. You go into one and you're going to spend a long time in that dungeon exploring and all of that stuff. Whereas on the world map, that's where you spend like 90% of your time, and then you go into a dungeon for maybe half an hour. You kind of blow through the dungeons because they're not very big and you don't really have to fight anything in them. Demon King's Castle was the most time-consuming one because it had like the platforming stuff. But alright, I'm gonna go and try and fight Masakado again. Can't say it's gonna go well, but I'll try. Alright, let's take a look. second. Alright, so
This'll do.
he's weak to everything except he's resistant to status. But he doesn't have, I mean, he's got one elemental attack. And it's fire, which is not my best coverage. I've got okay fire coverage, but it's a single target anyway, so it doesn't matter. I just hope he doesn't use it on main character. What does Scarlet Blade do? Increases critical rate and damage of critical hits based on the number of active effects on the user. I think that's buffs and debuffs. But he's got increased crit chance, increased crit damage, and increased accuracy. And he's got a bunch of almighty damage. I don't think he's going to be using his physical, to be honest. But I hope he does. But he's technically vulnerable to seal. Hey, Ragnar. That's right, he can heal. And he gets a lot of free... Wow. 2,000 damage. 2,000 fucking damage with a crit. Okay, so he has all of the elemental Draco strikes then. He has all of the elemental Draco strikes. He just has a larger... Oh, wait. He can scroll down. He has a larger than possible moveset. Wait, no, you actually can't scroll down. Never mind. He has a larger than possible moveset. I don't know if Masakado was a DLC thing or what his deal is. He's actually the quest for Yoshitsune is to fight him. But he's level 94... And he's insanely powerful. Like, he's just disgustingly powerful. I don't know what active effects means, though. I'm guessing that's like debilitate counts. So his passive increases crit rate and damage is increased by the number of active effects on the user. But I'm guessing debuffs count as active effects. Technically, he is... he's vulnerable to seal, but he's resistant to it. So I imagine the chance, and he's got 54 luck. I imagine the chance of affecting him with it is pretty low. But he's got crit chance out the arse, and he's got all elemental Draco strikes. And even then, he's got a severe strength-based almighty anyway. So I'm really not sure how you're meant to fight this guy. He doesn't really do elemental AoEs as well, so you can't just, like, out-coverage him. He is weak to literally everything, though. I think, like, maybe to beat him, you would just have to, like, resist everything so he can't crit you. Because you can't crit a resist, which is an odd thing. I don't think that's in the earlier games. But if you, like... resist a damage type, not null it, but resist it. You can't be crit by it either, and that's a big deal. In a fight like this, where all he does is crazy crit damage, but you have to resist everything on every one, otherwise it counts for nothing, because he's doing entirely single target damage. But when he crits for like 2,000 damage. You can't survive it.
your turn. Go!
Behold, my power!
Why couldn't I skip that? Like, he might just, like, start missing if I'm fully buffed. But I don't know. I don't like my chances, to be honest. Like, his damage is just insane. If he crits. But that's if he crits. And that's, like, always. If he doesn't crit, he doesn't hit very hard. But he always crits, pretty much. Yeah, I'm actually curious though how you're meant to beat him. Like, okay, you can just go, oh, we'll just resist everything, but that's like very unreasonable. So, I wonder how you're actually meant to do it. Let's see. SMT5. What do people say about beating Masakato? How to fight Masakato? How to fight Masakato? Oh god, hearing an echo of my own voice accidentally by opening the wrong window. There's an achievement for beating him. Apparently you can only fight him on the vanilla route. And apparently you don't go to Chiyoda in the Vengeance story. Wow, yeah, that doesn't help me, RPG side. Alright, Super Boss guy, here we go. Should be level 99, yeah, good shit. I'm like 96 or something though, so it really doesn't make much difference in that regard. So this seems to be built around making just a super defensive setup. Yeah, use Metatron's essence because he's got such crazy defenses. Yeah, okay, cool. The solution is use Metatron's essence so you resist all basic elements, null light, and are neutral to physical and dark. And then put repel physical on. That's the solution. And be a physical build so you don't need many skill slots. That's the solution. I mean, I guess so. You'd basically just have to be 1v1ing him though. Which would be fine, I suppose. That's fine. You would have to like he just doesn't, especially because he's got critical zealot, like he doesn't actually hit very hard if he doesn't crit, and if he can't crit you, then he's just never going to hit very hard. But yeah, I definitely can't do this fight now. No chance. Like no chance. But that's neat, I guess. But that's a very easy quest to miss though, Ragnar. Like because you have to have Yoshitsune in the party. You can just miss the entire quest chain. You also have to be in the vanilla story. I don't think it's new, no. It might be, but I don't think so. So when you fuse Yoshitsune, he has a quest for you in here, but only in the vanilla route. He doesn't have it in the other one because it's in this zone in Chiyoda. So you can't do it. Seth seems motivated. He does. How's it going, Mage? So I'm not gonna bother with Masakato. There's no one to talk to there. Temple of Eternity it is. Let's go beat Metatron's ass. Wonder if I could beat him if I toned it down to story mode. Actually, you know what? I'm actually kind of curious if I can. I'm gonna see if I can beat... If I tone it down to... whatever they call it, the baby mode. I want to see if I can kill him like that. It is new? Oh, okay. That's neat then. I was under the impression that it wasn't actually new content. $4.38 in FL Florida? And it's fun. Alright, let's see. What does it look like? If I fight this guy on... Where is the difficulty? Am I blind? Is it in general? Difficulty. Casual. So you can't turn it to hard. Florida early morning. So are you up early or are you up late? Alright, let's see. How tough is Masakato on casual mode? He's still probably gonna kick my ass though, to be honest. Just because of his moveset. His moveset is nuts. I think maybe I meant to not debilitate him, though, to be honest. He gets so many press turns. Oh, wow, lucky. He just happened to use a element that I repel. He has so much fucking health, though. Really? Wow, I'm getting real lucky. I'm getting real lucky here. So I'm pretty sure he has the Magatsuhi Pierce. Oh no, he's got critical. Okay. Oh, I got the confuse. Oh yeah, he still one-shots you. Even on casual mode, he still hits really fucking hard. And he can hit himself. Yeah, he even on casual mode, fully debuffed, he still one-shots you. I think you would kind of have to just make a super... like a super tanky Nahabino and maybe a super tanky support and just like fight him with a small party. Also, Deathlike with the raid. You would need someone like Metatron though, where you could give him full coverage with only 2 passives. I think that's the only way you could do it, because no other demon really has that. And that's probably the only way that you could do it, because he'll one-shot literally anyone else, whether you like it or not. He's just gonna one-shot. But how's it going, Deathlight? Thank you very much for the raid. How's the Helldivers? So I might try that actually. So maybe after I beat. Actually, I want to see how hard he hits if I let Debilitate wear off. Man, the 2,000 heals, though, pretty nuts. And he gets so many press turns as well. So yeah, I'll let his debuffs wear off. Keep my buffs, though. I don't really know how his passive works. So his passive, I mean, you can't see it. His innate is increases his critical damage and chance based on the amount of effects that are active on him or something, it says. And yeah, I get the feeling that's like, you know, saying don't use Debilitate on me. But I'm not really sure. Jesus. I wonder if he even has MP. Dead. I wonder if he even has MP. I'm gonna try that one more time. Hang on. I just want to see how hard he hits without debilitate. I don't think I can actually, I don't think I can actually, like, beat him. But I do want to see how hard he hits if I... Oops. If I don't debilitate him. Alright, hang on, I gotta change it back down to casual though. Because I'm a super casual gamer. Difficulty, casual. He still hits for well over 1,000 damage on casual though. And I have about 500 HP. So he more than one-shots me. But I want to see how hard he hits when he isn't debuffed. I guess you don't want to hit him with status or debuffs. But he makes no attempt to buff himself. Wow, Fatal Blast actually does more damage, even though it's got no bonus. Oh my god, he just healed himself to full. Man, okay, I need him to actually hit me though. He just heals himself to full, like there's no limit on how much he can spam that heal. I wonder if he can even run out of MP. Maybe you're just meant to silence him. $609 damage, non-crit, not weakness, non-crit on casual mode. That's pretty nuts. And then he just spam heals himself. Yeah, I think you just have to keep him sealed the entire time. Like, maybe you just have to take that physical skill that has a chance to seal. Dark Blade or whatever it's called. Yeah, and he also still hits insanely hard with his crits, even if he's not debuffed. But still, even then, like, I guess with resists it would be like halved and then unable to crit. I guess if I was level 99, I'd have a little bit higher stats as well, but that's pretty ridiculous. But I guess he's Masakado, he's the Japan guy. He has to be overpowered. And he's fully healed again. Jesus. It is a gimmick fight, yeah. Koyu in this version? I don't know what that is. How's it going? The yeah, that's on casual mode. But so I guess the gimmick is, I mean, I don't have the essence at the moment, but you would need to use an essence like either Huanglong or Metatron. So, because both, so he's got. So the gimmick with the gimmick with Masakado as a fight is that he has an insanely high crit chance and insanely high crit damage, but he has reduced non-crit damage. But the thing with crits in SMT5 is that you can't crit something that is reduced damage. So if you resist it, not null or repel or absorb, but just resist it, you can't be crit. Now, obviously you could just null all damage. That wouldn't protect you from his almighty moves, but you could null all damage and that would protect you from him, but that's unreasonable. You can't null all damage on one build, not reasonably. But you can resist everything at the very least, and I guess you're meant to just go for like a super tanky coverage build with either like Huanglong's Essence and then cover, dark, and physical, and then just fight him really, really, really slowly. Huanglong is Koyu, fair enough. Why is he called that? Which version of the game is he ever called that? Persona 3. Well, I don't play Persona 3. But I guess that's the gimmick, though. You just have to have at least resist on every single element. You can't be weak to or neutral to anything. Otherwise, he'll kill you in one shot. But he's also still an insanely tanky boss who has very high vit. And he can heal himself for 2,000 as many times as he wants. So, yeah. I guess you're just meant to go for the super tanky build on a strength build and take Dark Blades so you can seal him and stop him from using anything that isn't a basic attack. I mean, I guess you could just resist Fizz and keep him sealed the entire time, but you couldn't reliably do that, right? Because he has a chance of recovering from seal every turn. Although I guess if you repelled Fizz and you kept him sealed the entire time, he would end his turn immediately, pretty much every time. I don't know. Like, it's pretty stupid. And you know what you get out of it? Nothing. You get nothing. You get an achievement, actually. But you get nothing in game. So nothing tangible.
Young man.
It's Metatron.
Back from whence you came.
So I think he has no weakness.
Here.
Yeah, that's right. So Metatron has no weakness. He's basically Huanglong without the dark weakness. Actually, he's just a better version of Huanglong, because Huanglong is the same. He resists all normal elements, nulls light, except he's weak to dark, and he's also weak to sleep and mirage, but everything else is resisted. But Metatron resists basic elements, nulls light, and has no weakness, and resists all elements. In fact, I kind of want to just put this onto Demi-Fiend anyway, of whatever his name is, Nabino? Ceaseless Crucifixion. Yeah, I like that Metatron's got a unique BGM too. I think I should put Spirit Drain on Mother Harlot and Konohana, to be honest. Both of them, I think, should have Spirit Drain. Just because all I need them to do, really, is just Debilitate and Luster Candy spam. Like, that's it. Or whatever her healer's called. Sakyu Sakura. So, like, I think they should probably have Spirit Drain, to be honest, for that sustainability. Because she's essentially keeping the others sustained by spamming this with MP, but yeah, I don't know. Oh, he's got fucking Dakunda. Right, he's also got Dakaja, doesn't he? Because it's fucking Metatron. And Metatron's an asshole. It just does not do very much damage unless he's debilitated though, which is kind of annoying. It does really good damage if he's debilitated. $9,000 damage! Jesus. It's just getting off the charts. Hey, I got his essence in the first, in the kill too. That's pretty nice. I can just, pop that on. With a strength build, yeah, I mean, the Frankugel EX is insane. It just does so much fucking damage. And it's, the reason why I like it though, is not so much that it does so much damage, but that it's basically zero commitment. So when you use the crit aura one, it's really good. Like, you get a guaranteed 8 turns, essentially. But it's also kind of annoying, because to get the full effect of it, you need all 4 characters to attack twice in that turn. And yeah, you do get a lot of extra damage, although I don't think you get, like, 9,000 extra damage. You do get a lot of extra damage, though. But it's kind of annoying when you need your supporters to actually cast supporty things instead of attacking. And if you make them do supporty things instead of attacking, then you're kind of wasting it anyway. I would definitely want to do a strength build, though, for the super bosses in the future. It would make it so much easier. Like, the strength builds just have better almighty single target moves. They don't require setup, they're just good. So what essence am I running on Nalbino at the moment? He's running a really good one. Like, it is actually a very good one. And I do kind of want to keep it because having 2 nulls is nice. But having no weaknesses is pretty damn good. Actually, which essence am I running on him at the moment? Also, what does he have? High Almighty. I wish I could use Fire of Sinai, but it's a unique to Metatron skill. Which kind of sucks. I mean, I know it's his signature move. He always has it. But it's just, it's insanely good. It's very, very strong. If it's viable to charge the Magatsuki gauge and spam it. Yeah, I mean, it does really good damage. It does really, really good damage. The other thing you're missing out on by doing that is the MP and HP regen per turn for having a full meteor, full meter, sorry, which gives you a shitload of not a shitload. It is a lot in the end. Like, it's a lot total to be like regenerating, but it is also a shitload of damage, and a lot of the time you can just do so much damage in one turn with Frankugel that you can end the fight like 3 turns early, you know? But yeah, I think, so wait, which one am I using? I'm using, I think, a Manozako? No. Hers is also really good, though. Which am I using? Damn, Shiva's is also really good. Like, his, you could use 2 passives to have almost perfect coverage. To at least resist everything. Like, if you put Absorb Ice and Absorb Wind, you would be resistant to light, dark, and physical, and absorb all elemental damage. Two passives, like, two defensive passives is not unreasonable. It's a little bit unreasonable for a magic build, though, because magic builds just take more slots, which is kind of the weakness of magic builds. Is to capitalize on a magic build, you need to have all of the elemental coverage, and you can't really have like the elemental coverage and the boosts for them, or defensive passives as well. Whereas with physical, all you need is, at best, the Fizz Pleromas or the Almighty ones, because in the end, you're going to be using the Almighty Strength ones, because you don't need to use the physical moves. So it's essentially your single target Almighty attack, your 2 Almighty Pleromas, and I guess if you want, an AoE Almighty attack, but meh. And the rest of them can just be defensive passives or whatever the hell you want. And you can be untouchable. That's the real benefit to me. That's the real benefit of strength builds. Is you can actually pretty heavily invest into defensive passives and be untouchable. But yeah, Metatron's is... Oh, he isn't actually... So, as a boss, he's resistant to everything. But as a essence, he's not. Which passive am I using on him defensively, though? That one's also really good. I'm just trying to find which... I'm weak to fire and I resist, like, null to... Wow, Rangda is weak to fucking everything. Too bad Rangda doesn't learn repel. Like, repel physical is innate to her, not a passive that she has. Moonlight Frost and Lunar Hurricane is physical Aggie. I don't know what those spells are. Are those also Persona 3 spells or something? I don't play the Persona games. Man, which one am I using on him? Hey, that's actually really good too. Mara's. Immunocharm as well. It's just a better version of Seth. That's kind of funny. Just a better version of Seth's one. And they're the same level. And just as easy. Actually, you know what? Mara is easier to fuse because you don't have to actually fight Mara to fuse it. And which essence did I give him? It's obviously... I've had it for a long time, so it's a low level one. But I'm just not sure. I think he resists. Hang on, let me actually just check what his thing is again. That's right, resist and nulls those two. You can't, like, I don't think you can check in here what his, Oh, that's how you turn these things off. Yeah, resist those two. What's down here? Go bound. That one's also actually pretty good. But weak to physical is pretty bad to have. It's an Algami skill? Really? Did I just not find that skill? Is that only in the new route or something? That's not terrible. Aogami D? I don't think Aogami D has it. But I'll take a look in a moment. There it is. It's Artemis, that's right. I remember that, because I got Artemis, I was like, wow, that passive is so good. And, yeah, it is. It's very good. But I think I will use Metatrons. I do kind of want to null dark or something, but I could, if I really wanted to, I could just give myself two passives, like null or absorb dark, and like repel physical or something, and you'd just be untouchable. What was it? Essence Aogami D, you said? Where's Aogami D? Yeah, he doesn't have that. He's got Heavenly Ikuyumi, which is what I'm using. It's really good. Haven't triggered the next cutscene yet. How's it going, Lozo? No, I've only killed Metatron. Been up for an hour and a half? Yeah, it started the same time as always. 5:30. I don't think any of the Aogamis have those skills, though. Metatron fight must have been long? No, I just did other stuff first. Like, I did the challenge mode battle things. Like, I did the, what's it called? I did the... Like, I went back to do the challenge mode thingos. But I did the Taito fights, and then I did the Minato level 100 fights. And then I went and fought Huanglong because I forgot to do that. And went around and talked to the NPCs, and I tried to fight Masakado. But Masakado is very much a gimmicky fight. I think you're basically meant to 1v1 him. And I'm not about that, so... You basically have to 1v1 him with a very specific setup. And the only demons that you could possibly bring along would basically be a defensive Metatron and a defensive Huanglong. Because everyone else... So you have to at least resist everything to fight him. Because he will one-shot you with anything else. He has all elements, he only uses single target attacks, he uses all elements, and he has really high crit chance and insanely high crit damage. So even on casual difficulty, he will still one-shot you no matter what. Because he crits for like 1,500 damage even on casual mode. And he also spams the fuck out of heal on himself. So I think the only way that you can fight him really is going for a hyper-defensive setup on the main character, taking the silence physical attack and spamming it all day and just stopping him from doing anything. Just wasting all of his turns. It would take so long though, like it would just be fucking stupid. You don't even get anything out of doing it.
Aha.
Wong
Welcome
Wong.
to the
What about Metatron? He probably takes like all the Archangels to make or something. The Huanglong is actually really good. He's got Luster Candy as well. Fizz Block. Almighty Parama. It's kind of funny that he's got Megi Dollar on as well. But like, it's too expensive to be worth it. I think they definitely went a bit too hard on trying to make the best spells costly. Like, I get that they want you to focus on sustainability. I definitely get that, I know. But they made the good stuff just too expensive. Like, a base cost of 150 on Luster Candy, when they also made Chakra Drops really shit, and Spirit Drain really shit. Like, all of the things that you could use to sustain yourself with a reasonable amount of quantity, they're all bad now. Like, I'm not 100% sure on what they're trying for. Like, maybe what they wanted was for you to, like, get all of the MP cost synergy things. But, like, innates are not a thing in the base SMT5, and the MP costs are the same in the base SMT5, right? You can't, like, try and synergize the MP cost reduction things. I guess maybe you're meant to use, like, maybe it's meant to try and encourage you to use, like, MP restoration Magatsuhi skills? But in long fights, running out of MP is a really big issue, and you can't just chug chakra drops or something. You can't just use meditation or spirit drain, because at most you're going to get 50 MP out of that. At most. And that's terrible. Like, it's just not good. Not good enough. If you have to do 3 spirit drains to even cast 1 spell, that's a bit much. Oh, that's Mephisto. Huh, that's unexpected. What do you take? I wonder, actually, hang on a second. I can make it with Dagda. Really? There you go. Hey Gloria, how's it going? Good morning. Let's see, you can have the Baryons, even though I don't actually care.
Is this demon to your liking?
Make the old camel.
We strive indeed.
Catastrophe, what is that? Severe physical.
Indeed.
And Christian, enjoy your luck. Mighty Cleave, what is that? Low accuracy, don't care. Low accuracy means dumpster. Yeah, okay, it was that. For Uriel. Hang on a second.
Are you ready?
Special fusion. So Uriel require... Yeah, okay. Uriel is needed for the next one as well. I don't know if the Archangels are actually particularly good. Statistically, I guess that they're alright. Made some bread, and now you need to wait for a good few hours. Homemade bread is great. It's hard to beat, especially with some, just some, like, butter and, like, honey or jam or something. Like, when the bread is still warm out of the oven. Wow, he's just got, like, all the nulls. Hang on a second. And Boon Boost. Hell yeah. You can have all of the nulls and Boon Boost. Why not? I'll make a Mega Angel. Wait, what is Angelic Order? Magasui gauge increases on user's action based on the number of demons with Angelic Order in the active party. Interesting. So I bet all of the Archangels have that, and if you had 3 of them in the party, you would be filling the meter really fast. First time making bread, likely a disaster? I think it'll turn out fine. Making bread isn't too complicated unless you're trying to make something complicated. Maybe a bit burnt on the bottom is usually, I guess, a first time mistake, right?
Is this demon to your liking?
Let us cast out all heresy. Indeed.
I'm sure it'll be fine, though. What is Figment Slash? Severe physical, low accuracy. Yeah, I don't care about that. I don't care about Hamabarian either.
Aha.
Raphael. I don't like how they did the special fusions for the Archangels and the Fiends, though. It's kind of silly having to fuse one to fuse the next, rather than having individual fusions for each, but whatever. Oh no, I can't give him Boon Boost as well! Oh well, Boon Boost is easy to get. Look at that! Look at that resistance! Nulling everything but 2 things. Hell yeah.
Is this demon to your liking?
May we uphold the word of the Lord.
High Force Pleroma. You can get that over Maypatra. Gabriel. Booba. The boob plate. The like it's like the most counterintuitive thing that you could do for a breastplate is actually shaping it like boobs. It's probably the least productive thing you could possibly do, and there's a reason why breastplates tend to be convex. Because the point is to hit it and have the blade kind of slide off like a glancing blow. But when you do it like this, it has the opposite effect. It makes it slide in, so the heaviest part of the impact is directly on your chest. It's like the worst thing you could possibly do. Even just having a completely flat surface is better. But there's a reason why it's normally like pointed out at the front. It's so you slide off.
Is this demon to your liking?
Together we shall purge this land.
It's my kind of woman.
Very good.
We going on a purge? I'm in. That's it. That's all the Archangels. But that's not what it takes to fuse Metatron. So how do you fuse Metatron? I'm assuming he's a special fusion, right? Or is he just not a special fusion? Hey, there's Sandalphon, who is also not a special fusion. And what's your lore? The twin brother of Metatron. Hey, Nara, how's it going? Oh, actually, that reminds me. Hang on a second. That reminds me. There was, emote suggested. That seems right up your alley. There we go. Concern bonk. I probably have to refresh. There it is. Concern bonk. There you go. Sandalphon, the twin brother of Metatron. I didn't know a robot could have a brother. Also, there's some wide hips. Influential angel in Jewish mythology. He governs the songs of heaven, and his colossal size has led many to believe that it would take a human being 500 years to reach his head. That is pretty big. 500 years of traveling to reach his head. How fucking big is he? How long... If you were just like walking in a straight line around the world, just a perfect straight line following the equator, I guess, so you don't freeze to death. Just on a rainbow road. How many times do you reckon you could walk around the world in 500 years just walking? He's pretty fucking big. He's pretty fucking big if it takes that long to reach his head. But yeah, that's a pretty curvaceous robot boy right there. I didn't know robots could have brothers though. But yeah, I don't know how to fuse Metatron. So what does it take to fuse Metatron? Unless he's like lawful only or something. Yeah. Let's see. SMT. Actually, hang on a second. I've got the fusion thing open already. I mean, kind of. Anyway, Metatron. Let's see. Story locked. Yeah, you just have to fuse up with Michael or Sandalphon. Actually, no, you can fuse him with a deity and a fury, or a deity and a Megami. Who is Maria? Ah, law fusion. I'm guessing then I have to see another thing for him to be unlocked for fusion. Also, hang on, I didn't actually do the thing that I was going to be doing in here.
Welcome.
Demon Apotheosis. Essence fusion, affinities, Metatron. So I would lose my 2 nulls, but I would gain resistance to basically everything.
How is this?
If I really wanted to, I could put on a null dark or an absorb dark or something, and something for physical as well, like a repel physical, and I would be untouchable. But to do that on a magic build is kind of shitty, because you have to lose either your boosts or your coverage. On a physical build, it's easy. Like, you can make super defensive builds on strength builds, because you don't need very many skill slots to be a strength build. So I'm absolutely going to go strength in a different playthrough.
Return when you have gathered.
Young man.
Oh yeah? I better recover, actually. So I think I'm slightly law aligned. But it doesn't matter, because I'm going for the neutral anyway.
This is the temple's top floor. The path should open once we offer the 3 keys.
Young man. Who the hell are you?
We are free to walk the path to the Empyrean. There lies the end and the beginning. The source of the eternal light that reforges our world. The Nahobino who reaches it can mold the world as they so choose. Be that divine architect. Pass through the Empyrean and take your place on the throne. Do not forget, some aim to usurp your newfound reign. Show them no hesitation.
Tokyo abided by your god's whims, yet it was destroyed. Is that Bethel's justice?
Consider its destruction inevitable. For God's anger burns many and spares none.
Silence, Angel! I'd fight to restore Tokyo no matter what some sick god desires! I'll do everything I can to bring it back!
Hear him well, messenger. The world belongs to a host of the divine, not some misguided dictator.
This one rejects the order of the Creator, ushering forth the era of the myriad gods.
The only way to maintain order in this world is to give it all to God. Everything. That includes even our own lives.
Ichiro Dazai, why do you show yourself here?
I'm here to do what needs to be done. Even if I stray from the path. I'll do whatever I have to do. It doesn't matter. So long as we win.
God's word remains unchanging. As Archangel, I am sworn to defend it. And if I must taint myself as an Ahubino to do so, then we shall carry out his will. As one!
He still hasn't fixed his pants. What the fuck is wrong with that guy? Why did they turn him into Hitler though? Like, it's just so weird. He went from class clown to anime Hitler in 2 seconds.
Believer in the Creator's order, even defying his will to enforce it. One side desires the throne for a land reborn anew, while the other pines for the world of old. Such a position of power cannot remain vacant for eternity. A leader must rise and take it. You must take it.
Take it.
Young man, are you well? You suddenly stopped moving. Nothing I said would reach you. But if it was nothing, I'm relieved. Let us keep moving.
Hey, thought you'd be here. Nice work clearing the way to the Empyrean.
Now, onward, my brother. For the throne and all the world is now the Amatsukame's.
Hold it! There's no need for all that. We'll just entrust everything to God.
Who's dead?
You're the smart guy here, right? It's been bugging me since the summit. Zeus and Odin were big-time gods, but both of them wanted it all. They were never gonna play nice. So what do you think is gonna happen in your world of gods? Endless war. What are you? You know these gods will eat each other alive! They won't ever see eye to eye. But here's the thing. If we just let the Creator do his work, everyone will get their fair share. Don't you get it? How could someone who is all-powerful, all-seeing, all-knowing ever steer us wrong?
Obviously, he is not all of those things, though, because he got killed. But whatever,
And
dude.
protecting this divine order has ever been my sacred duty as Archangel. Yet I see that in my fettered angel form, I cannot hope to prevail against you. That much I concede. But for the Almighty, and the world he gave us. I shall embrace darkness as a fallen angel.
I don't get why this is necessary for her to turn into a Nahabino. None of the others had to do this traumatic bullshit. Googly eyes!
Don't tell me you...
I will uphold God's will at all costs, even if it condemns me and severs me from his grace. Just like that serpent in the garden.
Ah, Abdiel. No matter how much you change on the outside, your faith as an archangel is unshakable.
You fools would bite into the forbidden fruit with God's name upon your lips. Even so, the new world is mine to create. And when my world of infinite gods is born, we will protect Japan far better than you ever could.
Not so fast. Sounds like you forgot about us.
Indeed. The Empyrean throne is rightfully ours. Though, of course, we have something a little different in mind for it.
With my own two hands, I will destroy that throne. And humanity will shape their own world.
What even is his deal? He's just a fucking human. Why is he so insanely powerful?
We must make haste as well, Ichiro Dazai.
Also, it made no difference who collected the keys, because I collected the keys and they're all just walking in.
One defies God in his own name, betraying his word for his will. One seeks to open up heaven and rebuild the world as he rebuilt his divine kin. Truly, this was an unexpected development. My original aim was much different. You have fought through the opposing forces of chaos and order. Here, at the end of all things, where do your loyalties lie? What path does your heart long for?
Wait, shouldn't I have a fourth option? For the true ending? Hang on a second. Also, how's it going, RPG and Fish? Yeah, like, destroy the throne is neutral, but do you get another selection later for true neutral? Because I thought they got a fourth option for true neutral. It's 3. 3 is for neutral. Hang on a second. Secret ending, yeah. Do the quests. Yeah. When you reach a throne room, have the option to stick to the regular, destroy the throne, or pick the new, create a world for humanity alone choice. Okay. So I have to pick I will destroy the throne, and then I get another choice later.
Your will has been made known to me. Thus will I await you beyond heaven and earth.
If there's an option to kill all the gods, I'm taking it every time.
So this is... It has been a long journey. You have done well in coming this far. We stand before the Pillar Imperial, a path of light that leads Nahobino to the highest heaven. And yet, it appears your heart does not seek creation. But that very creation is the will of the universe itself. And I cannot aid one who denies that vision.
She's gonna leave the party. I knew this would happen. That's why I was hesitant to give her any grimoires.
You carry an entire world's potential, yet you do not use it. You must not proceed. If you refuse to heed these words, know that you stand against the will of the universe itself.
Can I actually leave? Yeah, I can. I honestly didn't think I'd be able to. Is there any new dialogue out in the world? New dialogue, new quests? Doesn't look like it. New shop, the new stock, I mean. But hey, that's why I can buy grimoires now. Cool. 60k a piece, so dude, that's expensive. This is why I asked though if she actually stays with you, because I was like, yeah, she's just like surely gonna leave, right? And people were like, no, she doesn't leave. It's not wasting grimoires by dumping them into her. Let's see, Dominion. A free. These are all kind of shit. Kieran McCall is alright, I guess. Actually, no, his essence is kind of shit too. Yeah, like, sure, okay, some of these would have been nice earlier in the game. But they're just, like, you get them too late. Like, you get access to them too late for it to really be useful.
Need anything?
There's a quest in here. Okay. Fizz dampener. Still can't buy fizz dampeners. Oh, it's only neutral, huh? I was going freeware. Although everyone knew I was going neutral the entire time as well. But I guess people didn't realize that. Okay. Good shit. Hey, it's Demeter. What are you doing here? Is Demeter a new content thing, or is she in the base game as well?
Can't be. There!
Unforgivable.
It can't be.
She is in the base game. How's it going, Arrow?
Harvest! Harvest time!
Elden Ringing. Demeter joined the party.
There's no escape!
Still the same old Zeus.
This'll do.
Yep, still just the same old Zeus. He has Takunda this time, though, I guess. Will he use it, though?
This will do.
Yep.
As if you really stand a chance.
And impale his animus, huh? Oh, right, because you used Impaler's Animus. I was like, wait, why didn't that get repelled? Stop doing that.
This will do.
Very good, but you're probably just gonna die right now. Thunder Rain. A fun fact, sure.
Till next time.
Beat him twice.
Harvest time!
Truly are the greatest ear of rice. Is that so?
Perfect!
Anna got her essence. I didn't even look at her stats or moveset or anything.
This is true.
Very good.
What do you got? Glacial Blast. I'd rather that over Ice Age. Greatly recovers all allies beyond max HP. Collected 21 different params. Okay. Cool. Zeus. It's, oh, there's Drain Electric. And what has she got? High Heal Pleroma. That's the first time I've seen that. Null Force, Luster Candy. What is this? Full HP recovery to all allies and heals above max HP. 150 MP base. I mean, that could be useful. Healing above max HP could be useful. Oh, really? Rather than just his voice, if you're at that part of the game, he actually comes down? That's pretty neat. Oh yeah, I mean, let's take a look as well. Yep, that's the one. And you have to spell it Megumi or it's incorrect. Let's see. I mean, honestly, she seems kind of meh. I reckon you could do some pretty serious shit with Alilot paired with, like, what is her passive? Magic attacks used by Lady Megami and Femme demons, demon allies may become critical hits. Could be useful, I guess. Also, what was Mephisto's? Oh, Compact Calamity, right. Because Alilot is really good defensively and has a good moveset. Has no weaknesses. And it wouldn't take much to turn it into just a tanky god. But, like, with Megalomania, and then you pair that, like the charge effect bonus, and then you pair that with Shiva, who I don't actually have in the party, you could do some serious BS for MP cost reductions and spamming charge effects and stuff like that. You could do some pretty funny stuff, I think. I should go and check my alignment too, if it's still neutral. Sorry, if it's still lawful. Oh no, they're not gonna die. to just 2 hits. But it's fine. I can do more than 2 hits. Oh. Jesus. Oh, the reinforcements are just like regular ones, not super OP ones. I just used a lot of MP. Oops. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna check what my alignment is. I'm kind of curious now. Back to neutral. All it took was one answer. Man, there isn't a single SMT game that has a good alignment system. Like, the way they handle alignment is always so fucking stupid. Like, I get that it's a theme. I get it. But, like, if you're gonna make it a recurring theme, you could at least put some effort into making it not shit. What are you doing here, Ongyoki? Huh. Well, the parry out. Greatly increases the damage of the next strength-based attack and raises attack to the maximum for 3 turns for our allies.
Splendid.
Oh, Sandalphon's essence. This guy, I don't remember what you're called.
Here.
What the hell was that animation? Yeah, four-handled it really badly as well. Like, four-handled it probably the worst out of all the games that I've played. It was just as stupid as ever, and if you wanted to get a particular ending, you had to be really particular about the random questions and answers scattered throughout the entire game. And if you wanted neutral, you had to fucking do every side quest in the game, which was especially dumb. Like, you had to do them all. It's just like... It's just bad. Like, there's no, like, redeeming quality to it. I think I like, in 3 at least, that it doesn't really matter. It's like very hands-off. It doesn't actually really matter what you say, and that's like, it's funny that the best one that they've done, in my opinion, is the one that basically is non-existent. It doesn't fucking matter. You just pick what you want at the end. There's no like hidden meter on the side. That's it. Man, this guy's actually really tanky. Well, I just liked neutral, and I usually go for neutral because, one, I usually just like the option of killing as many gods as possible, but usually neutral has got the most content. Like in the case of SMT4, you just get more content if you do neutral. And I like that. Strange Journey handled it terribly as well. The only redeeming factor for Strange Journey is that you can just change it whenever you want on the fly by just going to that one NPC and just changing it. Just changing it to whatever you want. But that's not handling it well. That's just a shit system that's got a band-aid. Like, the system itself is just as bad as ever, but at least you can just go, oh yeah, whatever, I'll change it back to whatever I want. Like, it's not a very invasive thing to change it, and that is good. But, like, that doesn't make the system good. Like, the system is still bad, but the fact that you can change it remedies the fact that it's bad, at the very least. If you want to go for the chaos route, you can still and you realize, oh shit, I've picked too many neutral things or too many lawful things, you could just go and change it back. But if you're gonna do that anyway, by doing that, you've kind of accepted that the system itself is bad and you needed a band-aid effect, but rather than just making the system better, they've put in the band-aid effect. Really? That's kind of odd that they would have. That's a pretty big difference there, Era. How would they make the system better? I would say make the system better by just fucking getting rid of it and make it only tied to major decisions and just make it transparent what you are picking. Having it a cumulative thing over minor decisions all over the place, including side quests, is fucking stupid. And having it hidden is also fucking stupid. Just do like they did in SMT3, where it's only major decisions. It's only in very specific places that are not optional, and minor things along the way do not have cumulative +1, -1 effects on a hidden stat. It's like they're trying to like do the whole fucking what's his name? They're basically trying to tactics ogre it, but they have none of the depth of tactics ogre. So they've just created like a super shitty budget version of Chaos Frame. Not that Chaos Frame is good, but at least Chaos Frame has got something going on and there's a bit more nuance to it. Like they're trying to make something interesting, but instead they just... Yeah, like Ogre Battle's Chaos Frame system. I don't like Chaos Frame, for the record. I think it's also dumb. But they tried to make a complex and nuanced system with Chaos Frame. They tried to, even if I don't like it. I can accept that. But that's not what they've done. That's not what they've done with the alignment system in the SMT games. At best, it's just a hidden thing that's got hidden +1, -1s, and trying to maintain a balance. Unless you're trying to go full-on Law Hitler or full-on Chaos Hitler, because there's nothing other than Hitler, it's SMT. It's just a pain in the ass. Like, really. That's it. But considering that neutral is almost invariably the best option because it gives the most content, it just kind of makes it a hassle to maintain neutral because they rarely give you neutral options. You have to balance between going, I'm lawful Hitler now, and then I'm chaos Hitler now. You have to just jump between which answer you give to try and maintain your hidden stat balance. Yeah, I am not a fan of hidden mechanics in general, personally. It basically in any game, I'm just not a fan of hidden mechanics. Because the whole point of hidden mechanics is to, like, figure them out, right? A hidden mechanic, the whole point is for the player to figure them out and be able to, like, work out and understand the mechanic on their own. But they never design hidden mechanics like that. They almost invariably design hidden mechanics as something that you would need a guide for, and that kind of defeats the purpose of it. Because if you're using a guide for it, then you're not actually participating in the hidden mechanic. Vagrant Story? Yeah, I mean, Vagrant Story doesn't really... I mean, I guess it's hidden in that you probably don't, unless you are very observant. I'm assuming you're talking about, like, stat changes on equipment. How they go up and down depending on what you're using to fight what. Also, I just realized that I have conversation that I need to do in the... Wait, why? Oh, there's no haunt here. Like in SMT, not SMT, in Vagrant Story, the way that stat growth and changes work on equipment is like very... I mean, it's a very Matsuno way of doing it, because he likes his obscure bullshit, but it's very, I guess arbitrary is the only way I could really describe it, but you can see, like, you can directly see what's happening. I don't like that. I don't like how it works in that either, to be honest. But if you're observant and you're writing everything down, you could reasonably actually record all the changes, and if you wanted to participate in the mechanic, then you could. But when it's like, say, Chaos Frame in Ogre Battle, because actually, is it Ogre Battle March of the Black Queen that just doesn't show you Chaos Frame at all? So it actually, I mean, Tactics Ogre, Let Us Cling Together has Chaos Frame as a mechanic. I don't know about Ogre Battle. I mean, they all have Chaos Frame, but I haven't played March of the Black Queen, but in Let Us Cling Together, you can't see the Chaos Frame until you've already beaten the game. It's a completely hidden stat that influences certain things. Nothing that matters in Let Us Cling Together, but it influences certain things. But you can't actually see it. You have no fucking idea of any of the changes or even its existence as a mechanic until after you beat the game. And it's like, I get what they were trying to do, but by making it entirely hidden, the only way that you can actually participate in the mechanic is by following a guide. But if you're following a guide, then you aren't really participating in a hidden mechanic that's meant to be about, like it's meant to be an intricate mechanic. And to me, the whole point of intricate mechanics and hidden mechanics is to be able to figure them out for yourself. But you can't figure them out for yourself. That's the whole point. Like, it's all... The only way that you can ever get that information is by following the official guides that they released. And in the case of March of the Black Queen, the official guide had a lot of incorrect numbers in it. So, like, a lot of the guide, like the modern guide makers and big fans of the game, a lot of their work was getting, like, correcting the incorrect numbers that were in the official guides. But, like, without the official guides, there was no way that you would ever understand any of that, like, at all. So to me, it just defeats the purpose of even the existence of the mechanic. But to me, all the alignment system in SMT in any of the games that actually have it, is just a very arbitrary, basically just a really shitty version of Chaos Frame at best, and they just slapped it in there. Usually it doesn't really make any sense. It's tied to arbitrary questions that you get, or like choices you can make in side quests even. Sometimes as a band-aid fix like in Strange Journey, but I think by adding a band-aid fix you've kind of admitted to yourself that the system is bad. Bad enough to require a fix, but they can't be bothered actually just trying to make it good. I think by far the best solution was what they did in SMT3, which was removing the alignment system and instead just having major decisions in turning points in the plot. But in the end, it doesn't actually really matter what you say. In the end, I suppose it doesn't actually matter that much, because you can just, I don't know, use a guide, I guess. But that's a bad solution. It's not enough for it to, like, it's not like those, like, so something that was very, very prevalent in PS1 era, and a little bit, like, and a bit, like, actually pretty prevalent in SNES, and especially PS1 era, with RPGs, and to a lesser extent, PS2, but PS2 era was dying off because home internet was just standard at that point, was games that had stuff that was baked in, that was designed to sell official guides. Like, hidden mechanics and missable things that you would never understand or never find unless you were using a guide. And of course, on the release of the game, they would sell official guides to just get more money on the side. It was very common for PS1, like PS1 era RPGs. It was so common. And there are some notoriously bad ones, like Final Fantasy IX's one, where the guide just said, look it up on the internet in a bunch of places. But fortunately, that kind of died out in the PS2 era because everyone had the internet at that point. They couldn't sell guides because people just fucking look it up. But this kind of shit, this, like, the alignment system in SMT is pretty much on the same page as the please buy our official guide. It's just that usually it doesn't matter that much. I mean, narratively, the alignments can be interesting, Lozo. I'm not saying that the narrative is bad or the writing is bad or something, although sometimes it is. Like in the case of Ichiro, it's really bad. But it's just the mechanic itself. The hidden meter that's just on the side, where most of your questions and answers have zero impact, but sometimes they do, and sometimes it's not what you would expect, because both sides, Lawful and Chaos and SMT, both of them are almost always just Hitler, just a different flavor of Hitler. Do you want chocolate Hitler or vanilla Hitler? Either way, it's Hitler. What flavor do you want? Sometimes it's not quite so obvious which one is actually going to be aligned with what, although I think in this one, the top option is always Lawful and the bottom option is always Chaos, I think. Not 100% certain on that though. Sometimes you get a neutral option. But if you're aiming for neutral, you just have to jump between which one you were supporting. There is no consistency for neutral in SMT5. And actually, I think in most of the games it's the same. If you want neutral, you just have to jump between neutral and Chaos to keep it in the middle of the meter. Because it's never like a dynamic system. And a lot of the time, most of the time, you just don't get a neutral answer. There are a couple times in this one where you get a neutral answer, but it's rare. I actually really like how they handled the story for the alignments in Strange Journey, though. Especially, like, for Chaos. I went for neutral in Strange Journey as well, but I think if I play Strange Journey again, I'm absolutely going for Chaos. Because he's just about freedom and being good to the people that were good to him. Like, he's just a bro. Yeah, like, the Redux version of Strange Journey really, like, added more to the story, apparently. I haven't played the original, I've only played Redux. And the Redux story was actually quite good in Strange Journey. But I don't know how much, like, different it is to the original, because I haven't played the original. But I was constantly being told how much they, like, fleshed it out and actually made it good. Yeah, I think with the nature of SMT's story and the fact that, like, it's always very minimalistic. It's not that it's bad or, like, poor writing or anything. I mean, sometimes it is, I guess. It's just that, you know, it's generally a pretty minimalistic and heavy-handed approach to it. And they would probably benefit from having a linear story. Because, I mean, it is a linear story. You're just changing some of the dialogue in the ending cutscene, essentially. But by having, like, just a straight line for the story, like a standard JRPG, I think they would benefit from that. And maybe just have a major decision at the end, or like one or two major decisions at the end, to choose who you are siding with for an alignment thing, rather than a hidden gauge. But that's literally what they did in SMT3, and that's probably why I like it the most in that regard. Because there is no hidden anything. You're just choosing who you agree with. You have a few conversations with people, and you choose whether you agree with them or not. It's readily apparent from the start what's going to happen. Only the humans can make decisions, and you're choosing which human you agree with, or none of them. If only SMT3's characters were better. I like them more than SMT4's. 4's characters are pretty fucking bad. And I gotta say, I don't really like any of them in 5 either. 4, that was the most, like, I like 4 mechanically a lot. I think SMT4 is mechanically, I think SMT4, especially Apocalypse, is mechanically way better than 3. But god damn the characters, especially in Apocalypse where you have to bring them all with you. And you've got your whole cast of anime kids to follow you around. And they can be, like, chiming in at all times. And you've got your Pompadour ghost who pops out to just be like, hey, I'm the best. Every fucking time. And your emo ninja girl who totally doesn't like you, okay? Actually, granted, you know, the characters in base 4 are okay sometimes. But they're still pretty fucking annoying most of the time. Although, that being said, you don't deal with them that much in 4 either. In 4 Apocalypse, you do. They're there with you every step of the fucking way. And they will chime in all the time. I think Apocalypse was them trying to kind of partially bridge the gap between SMT and Persona, because Persona does so well. I think they wanted to either get the SMT fans to be more into Persona, or maybe get the Persona fans to be interested in SMT. I don't know what they're going for, but I think they were trying to bridge that gap a little bit, and it kind of shows.
Young man.
Yeah, like, mechanically, gameplay-wise, 4 Apocalypse is a great game. It's really good. And, characters aside, the story is actually really cool. I really like the story in 4 Apocalypse. I think it's better than base 4, that's for sure. But, that's the plot, not the characters. The antagonists are actually pretty neat, though. But, yeah, your party characters, they suck. they suck a lot. Oh, actually, you know what I can do, now that I think about it? I got my ass beat by Masakata. But I didn't get my ass beat by Demi-Fiend, so let's get my ass beat by Demi-Fiend. I mean, Adremalek is pretty entertaining. Young man. Well, they let you skip. That's nice. I don't like goofy clown characters that are there just to be a meme. That's right, he opens with Javelin Rain. Kinda need to just have seal immunity. So what is his opening party? Gira Mikala, of course. Just so you can't AoE. He doesn't have any weaknesses, does he? Yep, he just resists everything. How much will this actually heal? Not very much. God damn it. Jesus. That, okay, his ads have a lot of HP too, so hang on a second. Yeah, they're all just level 90. He's level 99, but the others are just level 90. But goddamn. So that thing's got like fucking 20,000 HP. I mean, I'm not saying that the characters aren't useful in Apocalypse, but that doesn't mean they're not just like bad characters, you know? All buffs gone. And debilitate as well. And luster candy. Jesus. He's not going to attack someone who can repel though, I imagine. 8 9s? Just in time. Oh, there's no chance. 0 chance I can win this fight, by the way. Actually 0 chance I can win the fight. But, you know. Oh, wait. Oh, that was lucky. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure we've got a resist for that one. Oh, I'm sure you can cheese it, yeah. I have no doubt that you can cheese the fight. But there is 0 fucking chance of this. To fight this guy, like to fight Demi-Fiend, you basically need to have a very specific setup or you've got 0 chance of success. Like, it's a scripted fight. It's actually just a scripted fight, essentially. You have the right setup and you win, or you don't, and you lose. Yeah, you basically need to have a physical build as well. I think it's the same with Masakato, though, because Magic just doesn't have post-game scaling. Because it doesn't have random crits, and that's the problem. It doesn't have random crits. And the, it takes too many skill slots to actually be as powerful as, like, it's amazing for the main game, but it takes too many skill slots to be as powerful as, a physical build. There it is. Yeah, so if you don't kill the ads fast enough, he instantly wipes you. There's no way to survive it. Unless you have 999 Vit, there's no way to survive that attack. But if you have 999 Vit, you can survive it, or whatever it is, like the max Vit. And that's how Deus did it in that challenge run. He just actually capped his Vit. Capped his level and his Vit. You would take Navarre over Amanazako? I mean, Amanazako's kind of annoying. She's an overly excitable kid. But other than going, hey, 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 when she's running around, when you're running around on the map, she doesn't talk that much. Like, yes, she makes a lot of noise on the field, but she doesn't actually talk that much in cutscenes. It is nice to have Ippon around, though. Krusty the Clown help, but that would be good. Yeah, and he does that laugh. I mean, you can't get Ippon Datura. Did you ever use him? Ippon's in this one, and he's... When I reach a save point, if I remember anyway, when I reach a save point, I will show you... Who the hell are you? He makes some good sounds. Maria. What? It's Danu.
This'll do.
Weak to Dark. God damn it. Dark is by far my worst coverage. Actually, I have no Dark coverage anymore. Actually, none. I am neutral now, yeah. Inanna is chaos. I don't even know who Inanna is. Wow, triple sleep and a mirage. Damn it. Oh, that's fine. I only did a mirage. 150k. Oh yeah, so apparently if you're going for a route, if you're going like lawful, but you are not lawful aligned, you can still get the lawful demon, Maria, or whatever, but you have to pay, or something like that. So apparently being aligned with it, other than the miracle, obviously, you can get the demons without paying, or something. Yeah, I will, if I've got Danu in the party, I can do that though. Although I think I'd have to fuse her. What does it actually do though?
Perfect.
No, she's just unlocked for fusion. When I get to a save point, I'll take a look. Wow, they're really giving me fucking attack. Attack mirrors and magic mirrors are so shit in this game. Oh wow, Beelzebub's essence. What do you got? Other than really good defenses? Null's the most annoying. It doesn't null charm. But it does null some of the most annoying ones. Boon Boost EX, Drain Dark. Oh, he's got Death Flies too. Severe Dark to all foes, chances to kill when striking the weakness. Moderate HP recovery removes ailments and debuffs. That's pretty good. That's just like Dekunda, but better, but way more expensive. I have no idea, Selene. I would have to get a list of the gods that are included in that. To be able to tell you. I can tell you that Dagda and Danu are, but I don't know who else is included. Really gotta give me a cutscene right before the save point, huh? Alilat, the booba. So I don't think you have a weakness, do you? Yeah, you got no weaknesses. Only resistances. But mostly neutral. Like, it's good defensively in that it's not weak to anything, but it also isn't really resistant to anything. He is, yeah. Wow, I have to actually kill the ads. Usually if you kill the boss, any of the summoned ads
My aim is true.
just die. They disappear, and you win. Empyrean battles are now available. Hey, what was I doing? World of Shadows, I'll fuse
Oh.
Danu. Zeus.
Welcome to
Oh yeah, how do you unlock Metatron? By the way. Also, I've got glory to spend and I don't know what to spend it on. Well, Merchant's Hospitality would actually be useful now that he can sell grimoires.
You wish to learn.
You just make him? But I should be able to make him then. Hang on, let me check. So Metatron can be made with Michael, Sandalphon with Flamus, Asura, Baal, Baal Maria, Shiva, Zeus, Shiva, Baal, Shiva, Vishnu. Do I not have any of them? Maybe I don't have any of them.
You wish.
I wish you could reliably corner demons, but anyway. Oh, so she requires Skadi. What does Zeus require? He actually requires Demeter. Interesting. Hang on a second. So Metatron with Mike. Did I just never make Michael? I get. Wait, no. I think you get Michael through something else. Yeah, law round. Danu require. Okay, hang on a second. I can. What level is Skadi? 67. With people that I don't use, can I fuse you with someone that I don't use? Yeah, here you go. I don't care what you have.
Is this demon to your liking?
Any of the archangels with Flamus to make Sandalphon. You know what?
Is this demon to your liking?
Yeah, Sandalphon is actually pretty good. Look at those resistances. I only gave him 4 nulls to accomplish that. I actually don't want Narukami. I'm not going to even use him, I don't care. But, you know. There's Metatron. Alright, Sandalphon Flamus. But he's level 95. Ceaseless crucifixion. So you could easily turn Metatron into super... Like, with just 2 passives, you could turn him into an untouchable support, basically. It's too bad you can't get, like, null mind or null body, like you can in some of the other games. If you have vulnerabilities to status, there's nothing that you can do about it. You can't... Like, if you have a vulnerability to wind, you can put null force onto that demon and make them no longer vulnerable to that. But null mind and null body or null anything individually... they don't cover that. I mean, there is Abyssal Mask, yes, but I don't think that actually removes the resistance, right? Sorry, it removes the weakness. Doesn't it just lower the likelihood of being hit? Like, the problem is the actual weakness itself, and being hit by it gives additional press turns. It just lowers the accuracy of them against you. It doesn't actually make you not weak to them. I can't make, I know I can make Danu.
you ready?
I have too much monies. I do. I got nothing to spend it on. Alright, Danu. What can I give you? I wish she had Null Dark available. Again, she's got very good resistances. But her resistances are basically just Metatron, but with an additional weakness. There you go. You can have some Baryons. Why not? Even though I'm not going to use any of them. Hey, what does Bountiful Earth do? If allies' defense is raised by 2 ranks, attacks that don't strike their weakness will be weakened. That would be pretty useful. That would be pretty damn useful. Especially if you don't have weaknesses. It's just free additional damage reduction. That could be really good. Wood Booba, yep. I'm not sure how interested in Wood Booba I am, to be honest.
Is this demon to your liking?
We shall fight side.
Glacial Blast, wow. Slubber Vortex.
Say.
Alright, so Danu and Dagda have got a unique skill, right? So hang on, let me just go somewhere where I can fight something. Party. And I'll save because I don't want to actually waste my meter. To be honest, I should have saved before changing my party, so I don't have to change it back, but whatever. Dana's Wisdom. Restores press turn icons to the state they were at the start of the turn. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember reading that and going, wow, that's really strong. That's really, really strong. Especially when, like, if you have a setup that allows you to get an additional press turn icon, that means you could have 5, use 10 turns, and then put it back. And that's crazy. Especially when you've got those innates that are like, you deal more damage based on the total number of hits in that turn. Doing fucking 20 turns worth of multi-hits and just getting massive damage boosts. Yeah, Yoshitsune's passive is like, if you miss on the turn before, then you get 1 extra press turn on the next turn.
Here I come.
I was hoping for a cool animation. Yeah, I know, you just need to have 1 in the stock at least. $1,000 damage? Oh, I can't use Matriarch's Love. Hey, I need to take some damage. Belly? That's alright, I guess. Cool. I mean, actually, I suppose it doesn't really matter. I can just swap him back and just kill another random encounter so that I can get my, Magatsuhi gauge back. Just another 1 or 2 random encounters and I'll have it. I just want to fill my Magatsuhi gauge before I go back to where I'm up to. Yoshitsune is pretty fucking busted though, I gotta say. Of all the demons I've had so far, he is definitely pretty far up the list of just overpowered by virtue of unique skills. Alright, do I have any, large glory crystal? 5 large glory crystals, god damn. I do have a gospel. I'll use that next time I level, I guess, if I remember. Also, I didn't realize what time it was. It's already coffee time. I'm glad I saved this for today instead of, like, rushing to the end last night.
Say!
Plus strength. Nice. Alright. The final stretch, I guess. We're at the throne. So I'm gonna go get a coffee, and then we can see the ending cutscenes and bosses and all that good shit. So I will be right back. Alrighty. I don't actually have full meter, but it doesn't matter because I never use it on the first turn anyway. And now we ascend to the throne. Some sort of argument at the top of the stairs. I like how they all just got there before me. Exactly, nice.
What was that about humans not needing gods or demons? All that talk, and look where it got you!
I'm guessing that...
All right, Yakumo.
I'm guessing that this is just reversed. If you were picked, if you picked lawful, I'm guessing that the scene is just reversed.
Do you really think this will be enough to stop me?
Also, do they ever actually explain what his deal is? Like, why he's so powerful? He's just a human, right? Like, he's not like... he's not an Ahobino, he's just some guy.
The very reason you can put up resistance at all is by the grace of our Lord. This is but a trial he has laid before me, and you are but a pawn in his grand design.
In that case, I will see that your trial concludes at the end of my blade.
Humanity's future is in our hands.
He doesn't know when to quit.
It's time we end this. Dazai, lend me your power!
So this is the power of the Nahobino. Yakumo. Yakumo, get up!
I'm sorry, Nua. You should never have been dragged into this. From now on, you're free to act of your own accord. So you've come. I fought for the future of mankind, but it seems this is as far as I go.
Tell me, boy, have you any consideration for humanity? If so, might you bear this burden? Succeed where we failed?
Cease your begging. It's pitiful. It's clear I've lost, and I was always meant to.
Because you're an adult. Grown-ups just don't get it.
I may not have created my ideal world, but I'll die as I lived, true to myself.
The proto-fiend who shattered God's natural...
Booba! Wow. Those are big ones.
Your presence in the Empyrean can mean only one thing. You too seek to recreate the world. However, your ambition ends here. God's order must be preserved. The throne will be mine, and the Nahabino will perish.
Why does she have random jiggly bits on her legs? Alright, who the hell are you?
This'll do.
Nahabino Abdiel. Weak to ice. Still, alright, immune to charm. So I was right then to ask whether or not Frolic is actually useful versus the final bosses. And I was lied to, again, by someone who checked, no less. All I can say is I'm glad I made Mother Harlot with Debilitate. Mother Harlot's always good though. She's like always in my party in SMT3. She's just so like okay, in SMT3 she's also extremely OP, but I also just like her design.
I applaud you. Taste the awesome might of a Nahabino!
Oh, Abdiel transformed into demon form before turning into a Nahabino, because apparently she had to do a Kingdom Hearts sequence where she turned to the dark. It's just how it happened. And now she looks like this. Now that she's a Nahabino, she looks like this. What did it say? Depraved arm something? Purgatorium! Let me look at your moveset. That's a pretty cool attack animation. Magic reflecting barrier, fuck you. That's a lot of press turns, by the way. That's a lot of turns. So hang on, let me look at your stats again. She's got arm and wing now. God's Aid. At the start of turn, slight HP recovery to either depraved arm or depraved wing. Okay. Oh, if they are present. She has no negative skill potentials, by the way. Purgatorium. Severe fire to all foes, ignores affinity, and pierces. Good. Impetus. Severe physical, all foes. Megaton press. Yeah, whatever. Oh, what? Did she... Dekunda? Or maybe the transition just removes it. I'm surprised one of them doesn't null physical to stop you from doing that, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, all angels are technically demons in SMT, but everything has been reduced to that of the more traditional sense of the term demon, in that a powerful godlike being that is lesser than that of an actual god. And it's just a catch-all term. Technically, there are more words to, like, I don't know, be more precise about how you'd categorize them. But like demon in the more traditional sense of the term rather than modern definitions. Normally she doesn't look monstrous. Oh wow, it removes all her debuffs, that's why. That's why, every turn. She's losing those. Those things have got a lot of HP too. Kind of annoying. Motherfucker. You know what? I'm doing it anyway, just so I can kill you with something cool.
My aim is true.
Hopefully this is enough to kill. I mean, she was gonna die there anyway, but whether or not it was that attack was another thing. It's so weird that some of the unique innates are actually just pretty fucking bad. Like, Mother Harlot's innate is actually pretty bad. Yeah, I wouldn't mind playing, doing a port-to-port run as well. I think it'd be kind of entertaining. I wouldn't want to do it on hard, though. Yeah, I think it would be too annoying to optimize with that limitation.
Just what kind of world would you come so far to create?
His wish is the same as Yakumo's. He seeks to destroy the throne.
Is that so? You'll be the one to carry on Yakumo's will? In that case, allow me to disclose another possibility. You know all too well that Yakumo and I sought to destroy the throne. However, that was far from our ultimate plan. Our true cause for fighting was to claim the throne and use it to create a world void of both gods and demons. A clean slate, so to speak. Do keep that in mind.
A world of booba for all. Is there another fight, by the way? I better go recover. Of course there'll be another fight, but like... Do I get another save point? I guess was a more apt question. Dread any of these fights on hard? Honestly, no. I don't think any fights in particular stand out as being potentially, like, particularly problematic on hard, with the exception of, I guess, you know, Shiva would suck on hard. Mephisto would suck on hard. Like, I don't know, most of the fights are pretty... whatever. I think it's... if you have an appropriate setup, I think you would just be fine. Like, there wouldn't be... like, the only fights that I would dread on hard would be fights where, like, you just have to deal with things without a solution, right? Like, it isn't about how strong they are. It's about whether or not you can actually... your ability to actually do something about it. Like, for example, Matador, appropriately leveled, is a shit fight in this game. Because of his passive. At that point in the game, you can't just resist wind and physical on everyone. You are just gonna have to deal with the fact that he's gonna get some instant kills. That's just how it is. You can't do anything about his passive at that point in the game. That fight will suck on hard. There's only so much preparation you can do. But like, say, werewolf boss, yeah, that guy is dangerous. He hits really hard, but you could also just, you know, resist electric at that point in the game, and it's less of an issue. Like, bosses like that are dangerous because they are strong, usually you can deal with them by having a party that resists their element and can capitalize on his weaknesses. And that's most of the bosses. There's only, actually pretty much the only bosses that I think would be problematic would be bosses that spam status and become a nuisance, because you can't do really anything about status in this game. You really just can't. Like, almost nothing is immune to anything as far as status is concerned, and you can't get null mind or null body. There really isn't just a solution to status in SMT5, and that's the real problem. He can get guaranteed criticals. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm talking about. But the thing is, though, you can actually negate criticals in this game, but not at that point in the game. Like, you can't reasonably have, not at level 24 or whatever, you can't reasonably have an entire team that resists physical and resists wind. You don't need to null it, but you can't be crit if you resist something, and that's all it takes. But on when he uses his crit buff turn, you know when he does it, and he always opens with Mizanma, or whatever it is. He opens with AoE wind, so you can always use a block force on that turn. It's more the other random crits, because he just gets random crits a lot. So, you know, that's just a thing. Unless you resist physical on everyone, that's just it's gonna be a problem. And you can't really do anything about that at that point in the game. If it was at this point in the game, it's reasonable for me to have a party that has got resist physical at least on everyone. That isn't hard. In fact, I already have 2 people in the party that resist physical. He resists it, she repels it. Hey pup, how's it going? In the case of Matador, he's level 24. There's probably like fucking 2 demons in the game that actually resist physical at that point in the game, if any, actually, if any at all. And yeah, I guess you could, you know, put one of their essences on Nahabino as well, but yeah, that's what I'm talking about. When that's the fights that I think are bad on hard. It's the fights where at that point in the game you can't have a solution. Oni? Yeah, Oni might. Actually, let's take a look. Oni's like level 21, right? He resists physical, yeah. So Oni at that point would be good. Only at that point would be good. I'm doing pretty good, and the game's going really well. I'm nearly done. We're actually right at the very end of the game. So Oni would be very useful there, because he resists physical, he can't be crit by physical attacks. Even if they have the guaranteed crits, I believe. Actually, you know what? I'm not sure if the guaranteed crit, like the Magatsuhi crit skill, I don't know if that negates that. I don't think it does, though. And that's kind of the issue with the fight. His passive is, if he crits or hits a weakness, he has a chance to instant kill. But he has a high crit chance with multi-hits that hit everyone. And the chance of him getting random crits is just really high. So every turn, you're just kind of hoping he doesn't get instant kills. At level 50, that's fine, because you can avoid it. But at level 24, it's not really. You can't just have 3 Onis. And even then, that doesn't account for the wind, but the wind is only a problem on his guaranteed crit turns, and the guaranteed crit turns, you know that he's going to open with AoE wind, and you can use a, what do they call it? The item to null it. You can use a force dampener. You can use a dampener on the turn that you know that he's going to crit, and that covers that. It's not actually that's the problem, though. It's every other turn. Does he? I want to test that. I'm going to test that. If I remember anyway, after this. I want to use a guaranteed crit. And hit something that I know resists. I don't really remember what Fion does in the fight. I don't think I had any issues with him. So I don't really, remember what he does.
So, you've come. This is the Hall of Creation, resting place of the throne. Now, as to who will claim it, frankly, it matters not to me.
I thought I might find you here.
I expected as much from the one who wields my brother's power. But if our goals do not align, there can be no reconciliation, not even with you.
That was a pretty Backstreet Boys pose.
Now is the time to settle this.
Okay, Kingdom Hearts, man.
A crash between two true gods. Let us determine who is more worthy of the throne. Come.
I like how he's, not only is he using a scythe, which is just a terrible weapon, but he's using an especially terrible scythe just to make it even less efficient of a weapon. Hell yeah. Anime!
Here.
Yeah. Like, scythes are horrendously bad weapons. They are not weapons. They're tools, right? But, like, they are terrible weapons. But he's got an especially bad scythe. Like, this makes it even worse to use as a weapon. That's like the most anime shit ever. Make it more dramatic looking and less efficient in one fell swoop. Increases damage based on the number of clones in the active party. Well, I mean, that's what he does, I guess. He makes clones of himself. He's weak to fire. Not my most exploitable, but I can do that. He's immune to seal, but nothing else. True replication and false replication. It'd make a terrible defensive weapon as well, though. You'd be better suited actually taking the blade off. Which is sad. Oh, I'm sure you and many others do. It just doesn't change. It doesn't change what it is, though. Nice repel. All right, you know what? I'm wasting it. I want to test it right now. Let's see. Hey, Phoenix. No, I'm going to be even louder. All right, so I'm going to see. Even though this is not a good idea. Oh, yeah, it does. Okay. It does actually pierce through it when you use that skill, at least. Random crits don't, though. Fortunately, though, in the case of Matador, if you use a block on that turn, it negates it entirely anyway. Or if you really wanted to, you could actually just have the Null Force spell, but you won't have that at level 24. $3,000 damage. It's kind of sad that you can do comparable damage without boost if you're hitting a weakness. Like, the almighty single target magic is just not very good. It's just not really very good. It really does need to be, like, if you want to do single target almighty damage, you kind of just have to be a strength build. And it makes me wonder why they didn't give almighty, like, magic a single target almighty skill. Like, they don't really need it, because bosses almost always... There's been, like, 2 bosses in the entire game so far that don't have an elemental weakness. But it's still just weird. Getting ready. I'm getting ready. Yeah, the soundtrack of this game is quite good. If I didn't waste that Magatsuwe, I could have just killed him just now, by the way. Which is kind of funny. Alright, what are you gonna do, buddy? If it isn't killing me... Yep. Wow. It hit pretty hard, actually. They did actually hit pretty hard. But you know what that means? You did. But how? That's the extra anime finish.
Well done, brother.
The Nahobino who will take the throne has been determined. Thus, I shall fulfill my role. For ages I have watched over this world, but at last I can administer my true duty. Now, take the throne. Become its new ruler.
Nahobino, you have the potential to rule this world. You truly wish the throne destroyed? With such great power at your disposal, there's surely another way to achieve your goal. I ask that you carefully consider your decision. So, you wish for a world rid of both gods and demons. Your heart is set? That, too, is the right of the one who rules the world. Come, take the throne. Make your vision a reality.
Why is everything slowing down?
Yes. This marks the birth of a new creator, a new world in his image. My true name is Amitabha. I exist to serve as the light of creation. Now let your will be done. By the power of the throne, may your ideal world be revealed.
I bet he says that same line no matter what ending you pick. Doesn't matter.
Young man, this is farewell. Artificial though I may be, I am still a demon. As such, I shall disappear with the rest. I am proud to have made this journey with you. Truly I am.
Hold there. Won't you listen to what I have to say?
Oh, whoops, it's Satan!
As new ruler, you have chosen to eradicate all traces of gods and demons from the very fabric of existence. However, humankind is fated to give rise to demons. Your vision cannot hope to last, no matter what you do. And yet, there is a way to accomplish this. Do you wish to know what that is? You will find me in the realm beyond the earth and heavens. Best come prepared.
Okay. Is that actually a save point? Nope, it's not. Because I have to actually just heal up with items. Yeah, the giant flashbang was pretty bad there, I gotta say. Anything else in this room? Oh, I could have gone to the save point down here. Whoops. I didn't realize there was a save point down here.
Ah, there he...
Looking to
say...
Muscle drink.
Say...
look at
Say...
looking
Say... Thanks.
But you can't actually buy chakra drops? I didn't realize. So funny that you can buy grimoires. Wow, that's so expensive though.
taken off.
It's so expensive. Yeah, cool, you can buy them, but Jesus. But speaking of, I got her essence. Wonderful. And I could just leave? Yep. You could just, like... You could just save here and just go back and do whatever, I guess. Not that it matters. But I could save here and go back and fight Demi-Fiend or something. Hail Satan.
To possess such incredible power, no doubt means you are able to see my true form. Look upon me.
You looked better before. Change back. This isn't Pokemon. Not everything has to be a robot.
Shall we begin?
So, do you only fight him in the true neutral path? Or does he show up in all of them? Could be worse like Loza. Could be the SMT4 Lucifer.
As the Lord of Chaos, I defeated the Creator, consumed his knowledge, and became more than he could possibly imagine.
Oh, really? Okay.
It was then I came to understand this world. Allow me to share what I'd learned.
Level 99. Matter. Lucifer.
This'll do.
Okay. He's pretty busted then. Immune to all status. Actually immune. Guess I'm using almighty attacks then. Star Fragment. If user does not receive damage on a turn, adds one press turn icon to the start of the next turn. +8 to everything, except for +4 to the 2 that can't go up to 9. So it's the same as Demi-Fiend. Falling Star, Severe Fire, Pierce, Severe Ice, Pierce. Cold Dark Matter raises defense to max for 3 turns. I already hate him. So this won't crit because he resists crit. Because he resists physical. So I just have to use... So in this ending, is he just stronger? I was going to say a level 99 final boss. That's pretty fucked up. If you aren't fighting Shiva, like if you're doing another ending and you don't fight Shiva, this is intense. Like this is a huge step up. The other bosses like level 80 and they have normal weaknesses. They don't do anything too crazy. Shiva is by far stronger than all of the other ones. Like Shiva is probably harder than fighting like Zeus, Odin, and wait, who was the India one? It wasn't Shiva, it was someone else, but I can't remember who it was now. Either way, it'd be the same as fighting the 3 key bosses at the same time. Or, like, worse, I would say. Shiva is, I mean. And this guy is basically on par with Shiva. I guess he doesn't have Tandava. Ah, okay, level 85 on the other endings. That makes sense. Two press turns, though.
My aim is
Nice. I'm just doing it for random crits at this point. I just need to hope that he doesn't do his defense buff, because it's going to be really annoying if he does.
The time has come.
Created a star and changed affinities. Brimstone Star. Oh, he's weak to fire now, but I'm assuming the Brimstone Star absorbs fire, so I can't use Ragnarok. They just punished you for using the strongest of the elemental non-pierce moves. So the multi-hits, Ragnarok, Floral Gust, Thunder Rain, and Glacial Blast. I'm using Tholastic instead, but Glacial Blast is actually better than this. They are random target. They are the strongest, but they are random target. So they've punished you specifically for using the strong ones. If you were using the second best, it would be just fine. They don't have very much HP though, by the looks. Ah, he's got back. Okay, so the weakness is only active when the thing is there. You can't just, like, kill it and capitalize on it. That's kinda lame.
From God's defeat, truth perish. Thunder.
Well, this is annoying. Of course. There it is.
Observe the power of transcendence.
Oh man, lowering it back down with debilitate would be pretty fucking annoying. But I guess I'm gonna be doing it halfway there anyway. No random crit. Nice miss. Man, he has missed Yoshitsune so many times. You know what? Because I can. Should have done it at the end of the turn, but whatever. I don't care. No random crits. Man, I'm just getting no random crits, huh?
One must consider true freedom.
Wow.
from God's
That's a big heal, man.
truth.
So he's weak to fire and ice now, huh? Holy shit! That hits insanely hard. Okay, so you're meant to just one-shot those, like, not one-shot, kill them in one turn, otherwise he'll just kill you like that. Or whatever. Phase 2.
Following the world's recreation, a new dot will eventually appear. And soon after, the gods will rise up to claim the throne. Battle after battle, you sought to purge demons from this world. But they will come slithering back, as they always do. This endless cycle is the result of a spatial governing phenomenon known as the Mandala system.
Thought it was called the Amala system. Whatever, dude.
Do you not wish to be free of such restrictions? Do you not wish to be free from Mandala's eternal machinations?
Your turn. Go!
Oh, he's okay. He doesn't just resist everything now, and he's weak to light too, which is nice. Too bad I don't have any light damage. But you know what? I can do this. Wow, that's so bad. He doesn't resist physical anymore either. I better look at his moves actually. What am I doing? So what do you got? Gaia Rage. It's kind of scary. Actually, no, that's good. If he uses that, it's good. Magma Axis. Yes, annoying. Hot Dark Matter. Raises attack to max. Contempt of God. 2 press turns to the... Wow, it's literally Dragon Eye. Holy Crucifixion. Though it was all stats, it's just... Oh, it's super debilitate. That's pretty scary. Even with double attack down and double defense up, it still hits that hard. Ah, the fog. Miss. Yeah, I knew that was pretty likely. How many fucking phases do you have, man?
For a way to truly be free. At last, I have found but one possibility. End me. Consume my knowledge, and with it, wrest this world from the Mandala's endless eons. This is the reason for my transcendence.
666 phases. What is this, fucking Wild Arms 3? Back to being annoying. Weak to light, still weak to light, but I can't really capitalize on light. So if I... Okay, so these are good. So these are good. They're going to hit hard, but they're going to end his turn. Megidola and Morningstar, not so much. Oh, whoops. Yeah, you're right. That isn't. That is not weak. Either way, useless to me. Because I can't do anything about light or dark. I don't have those anymore. Yeah, no, I get the whole reason why they're calling it a mandala. It's just in SMT3 they call it like the Amala network universe thing with the infinite dimensions of infinite worlds being recreated, and it's just funny that they called it Amala in those ones, but not in this one. Oh, I don't have a repel for that one, but it doesn't matter. It's still a miss. A miss is a miss. No random crit. No, don't do that, you asshole. That's a big one. That's a big boy right there. He's weak to everything. But I'm guessing the Morningstar is resistant to everything. I don't want to scan it. I wish I had a single target elemental. Yeah, I'm guessing if I don't destroy it, it will just kill me. It has a lot of HP though. Like, a suspiciously large amount of HP. Maybe I'm not meant to destroy it in one turn. Oh, it's weak to everything. Wow, that would have been great. I don't think I could possibly have destroyed that in one turn, though. Yeah, there it is. Wow, so you just have to destroy it in one turn or you automatically lose? Well, time to redo that entire fight. But, like... How? How the fuck do you destroy that in one turn? Whoops, all dead, yeah. I mean, granted, he also wasted my goat, but... How the hell are you meant to destroy that in one turn? Yeah, I guess you just have to use a Magatsuhi attack. Otherwise, I can't see myself doing that. But it is good to know that it's weak to everything. Still got a spyglass in, because I like to be able to see. More like an enrage. So I don't know if you saw the previous ones where he summons the stars. But, like, you can destroy them in one turn fairly easily, but if you don't, he'll one-shot someone with it. But that one's, like, a super one. If I used a Magatsuhi attack on it, I could easily have killed it, though. I guess I just have to save it for that phase. I have to ensure that I don't use one in phase 3. Or phase 2, I suppose. So I used it at the end of phase 2. Good job. No crit.
The time has come.
Nice. Getting that RNG. So I can do it for this one, but not in phase 2. It's kind of weird that they made Spirit Drain and Life Drain so shit in SMT5. I don't get why they did that. When they wanted to put such an emphasis on sustain rather than just chugging items, they made the only way to get MP from a spell in battle very bad. I'm not really sure why they did that. It seems very counterproductive to what they were trying to accomplish. Yeah, these are the ones. So these ones, this is bad that he summoned 2 already, by the way, but whatever. And actually, you know what I should do? If I die again, I'm changing his spells. I'm changing his spells. At least I got rid of one of them. Oh, maybe I could get rid of this one, maybe? No, I couldn't really. No. I could try and get lucky. I did!
One must
oh, that's bad. That's really annoying, even. Good.
The time.
Fuck you. No crit.
Is that all?
Motherfucker. Now he's gonna go into the next phase. Although, what happens if I go into the next phase with those things alive? Guess we're about to find out. They disappear.
Following the world's recreate battle.
Alright, so in this phase, I can actually deal damage. And I can't use Magatsui on him in this one. Nice dramatic animation, only for the after effect to slap him in the face. Magmaxis is kind of scary, and that's also kind of scary. Magmaxis is kind of scary though, because even with attack all the way down and defense all the way up, it still hits really hard. Yeah. Ah, fuck you. Wow, got everyone with it as well. All stats rock bottom, only for Mother Harlot though. That's fine, I guess. Lucky. Oh, fuck you. We put Seal on the one person I don't want Seal on.
Searched for a way to truly thunder.
No random crit. Fuck you.
The time has come.
There it is. So I know that it's weak to everything this time. But I'm gonna have to use... I guess everything on it. Oh, it's not weak to... Wow. The one thing that it's not weak to is light, I guess. Actually, I could have seen that though by looking at him. Actually, I'm lucky that it doesn't absorb light, because I thought it might just mirror his things. Oh, whoops, why did I pass that turn? I need a fool. Give me those random crits, you asshole. Nice dodges. Oh, I don't have enough for that. I have to beat chain. I mean, do I actually need to beat chain? Give him the SMT3 finish. I gotta say, okay, he got me with the Gotham. Yeah, he got me with the Gotham, but he's way less bullshit than SMT3 Lucifer.
This is true. Magnificent, my children. With this, the world will surely be freed.
Thank you for the GGs, by the way. So you know that unique Nahabino support skill that like reduces damage, greatly reduces damage taken for the party until the next turn? How much of a percentage reduction is that? Would it let you survive that star attack? Or you just have to kill it? You just have to kill it if you want to survive.
So that's it. With what Lucifer has shared, the world you create will be everlasting. True, unrestricted freedom, born from eons of battle. All that's left is to add the final touches. Gods and demons have no place in the world, at least not in yours. It seems this is truly farewell. Still, our souls are one and the same, and all you do will be as I would have done. It's in your hands. Make it so.
Apparently they did make him tougher in this version, but he's stronger in true neutral ending than he is in the other endings. So in true neutral, he's level 99, in the others, he's lower level. I guess they expected you, like, to get true neutral you have to kill Shiva, and to kill Shiva you gotta be pretty fucking strong, so they expected you would be capable of fighting him at level 99. Oh, really? Well, apparently he was made tougher in this version, but he was level 99 for me. I didn't look at his level in the final phase, though. Okay, I gotta say, though, the true neutral ending feels kind of tacked on. What was with the... Like, I expected it to come together, because you have to destroy Shiva, you have to help Fion, and you have to help Amanazako. But they have nothing to do with what you are doing. They don't have anything to say about it. They don't lead into it. They don't show up at the end. They have nothing to do with fucking anything. Why do you have to do their quest lines to get the true neutral ending? They don't give you any kind of understanding of any of this, or anything like that. They have zero association. Thank you for all the GGs, by the way. Also, how's it going, Grievo? Yeah, well, I mean, it's not that you gotta do everything. You gotta do, 2 specific quest lines and fight Shiva. You gotta do Fion's quest line. Although, actually, you know what? Fion's quest line might have prerequisites, like helping the fairies. I think you might have to do the Fairy Village quest for Fion's quest to appear. Amanozako's, though, I don't think that had any requirements, right? But I did do everything, yeah. It is silly. I don't like that kind of requirement, but it's whatever, I guess. SMT4 was way worse. The Ra quest? Oh yeah, you're right, sorry. There's the Ra quest as well. Which was a pretty quick one, to be honest. It was just 2 quests. You gotta do the Ra quest, you gotta do the Fion quest, you gotta do the Amanozako quest, and you gotta fight Shiva. Yeah, Shiva is way harder. And you know what's funny though? Shiva is way harder for pretty much one reason. Tandava. That's it. Without it, he's just not that hard. But it is kind of a knowing his AI kind of a situation. I think with Shiva, if I was to refight him now, if I was to refight Shiva now, I think it would be pretty easy. Because I would change to not have the multi-hits. That it is kind of sad that both of the strongest bosses in the game punish you specifically for using the strongest elemental spells. And I think that's pretty dumb. Like, they specifically punish you for using the strongest versions of the elemental spells, which are multi-hits. And both Shiva and Lucifer do the same thing. You can't use the multi-hits. You can't use the multi-hits because there's another target that'll null it. And Shiva does the same. You can't use any of the multi-hits because they cover each other's weaknesses. You have to use the single target Baryon spells. But with those, you could easily just kill the specifically annoying ads and leave Ganesha alive. Shiva will no longer use Tandava and won't constantly resummon ads. He would just resummon them after like 4 turns, but in that time, that's a lot of damage where you can just fuck him up and who cares. Yeah, the single target ones. You can either use the Baryon ones or you can use the piercing ones. The piercing ones are weaker though. That's why I don't like them. I would only use the piercing ones if I had like a demon that only had 1 elemental affinity, like say had plus to fire, but everything else was neutral or negative. I would give them the piercing one, so they can always deal good damage. But considering that Demi-Fiend just does so much fucking more damage than everyone else, I kind of just don't care about the others. I just don't really care. Like, I was using, like, earlier in the game, for like 90%, 90, maybe like 80% of the game, I was really relying on my demon buddies having a good coverage to be able to hit weaknesses and deal damage. But the closer I got to the end, the more it very much fell into the basket of it doesn't really matter. Like, I do so much more damage in one turn with the main character that the amount of damage that I deal with the others doesn't really matter, with the exception of Yoshitsune when hitting something that does not resist physical, because he's fucking crazy strong. And I am going to do the other routes, but I'm not going to do them now. Like, I'm not going to play this for like an entire month or something. I'm not playing this for like an entire month. I'm not sure what I want to do tomorrow, though. So... Actually, no, I think... Yeah, I mean, I'll probably just start the next game tomorrow. But, like, the FF14 expansion, it goes live on Thursday, right? Yeah, it's kind of annoys me, actually, how much they want you to lean into... Yeah, focus is shit. Impaler's Animus is decent, I guess. But anyway, it kind of annoys me how much they want you to lean into physical in this one. Like, I usually find, you know, okay, physical is better than magic for raw single target damage. It always is. But it's usually not that much of a margin. Like, it's really not that big of a deal most of the time. But in this one, you don't have good magical single target options. You just don't.
And thus ended the world of man. With the new ruler came a new world order. It was an order akin to the world of old, and yet it was altogether different. Desires of a world free from demons, of a never-ending cycle of creation at last being broken, had led to this moment. But all things must eventually come to an end. Could the world truly exist apart from Mandala? Only the cosmos know what tomorrow will bring.
Yeah, I think it was pretty clear that they wanted to be more like SMT3 than SMT4. And I'm glad for that. I'm glad for that. I think mechanically this game is an upgrade. Hey, Nuwa. Is an upgrade, but, Wait, really? I get Abdiel? I don't have to play... I don't have to play on... Lawful... I don't have to get the lawful ending to unlock Abdiel? Less function in the fusing than in 4? What do you mean less function? The fusing feels... I quite like the fusing in this. It is kind of annoying having to take all of the innate skills, but at the same time, it is kind of annoying, but I kind of like it being that way. Because it's a little bit silly in 4 how insanely easy it is to just make a perfect moveset and then just transfer it to everything. Like, it's so easy to do that in 4, and it almost feels like cheating. You already used 20 save slots. Yeah, no, I don't like that. The essence system, I think, is very good. Although, there are ways that I would change. Oh, wait, you could do that in this, though, can't you? Or can you only do that with essences? In I do like the essence system. There are some things I would change about it, though. It is a little bit silly that there's no like reliable way to get them. I think it would actually be more interesting to like unlock essences by fusing the demon and leveling them up, or like meeting some kind of unlocking requirements, but have them be infinite, however, having a cost of using them. Because it's kind of silly. Like, for example, um, earlier, like the other day, the cherub essence had, I don't remember what it was. It had something that I wanted on like 3 different demons. So like I used it and then I just created another cherub and then leveled it up with grimoires a handful of times, because at that point I had like fucking 80 grimoires because I wasn't using them like at all. You get so many grimoires in this game and I just wasn't using them at all. So I just like, made a new one and then leveled it up a few times, because usually if you level them up 4 or 5 times, enough to learn all of their pending skills, they'll usually give you their essence. Not always, but usually they do. So I'd had to do that like 3 times to get enough essences to teach whatever it was. I forget what it was. I think it was like Hamabarian or something that I wanted to teach to a few different demons. But I would rather it be like a more like having them be reusable, but at some kind of more tangible cost. So you don't have to farm essences. I don't know. It's kind of just annoying to do that. It's not a terrible system or anything, though. I think the fact that essences exist is fantastic, and it was a thing that I always said ever since when I first played SMT3, which was the first SMT game I played. I was like, by the time I was like, I don't know, like say halfway through that game, I was like, man, it'd be really cool if this game had TMs, because, transferring specific skills is kind of annoying. Because, that's when you couldn't even pick which skills you inherited. You just had to keep refreshing the menu over and over again. And I was like, man, it would be great if this game had TMs like Pokemon does. And lo and behold, they put TMs in SMT5. And it is quite cool the way they did it. But I really do wish they were reusable, just because of how arbitrary it is to farm them. Yeah, you could make pretty OP demons. I mean, what I did instead was I basically made, like, put the moveset onto one demon and saved it, and then fused that into the demons that I wanted to use. And that was the easier way to do it. That being said, though, when you get to the end of the game, they kind of just, like, when you get to the end of, what is it, Taito, the 4th area, they kind of just throw really good essences at you. And you can easily get, like, essences with all of the Baryon spells. You could easily get Luster Candy and Debilitate just over and over again. You could easily get any of the shit that matters constantly. And I think that is good, but it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter by that point in the game. The difficulty of SMT games is almost exclusively, in every one that I've played, the difficulty of SMT games is pretty much entirely contained in the first 30% of the game. Once you get halfway, you're kind of just on easy street. You pretty much cruise through the games, because at that point, you've established what you want. You've got your buffs and debuffs, you've got decent coverage, you've established your builds, and you've got decent defenses.
Casino 2 hey K's and everyone.
Fox with the resub as well, 11 years. Thank you very much, Fox. And how's it going? I did, yeah, I beat the game just now. The final boss was pretty rough. I died to him once. He got me with the got him. But I'm going pretty well, albeit a little tired. Yeah, like that's what I do in SMT3 as well. I'd put like Fog Breath, Warcry, and all of the Kajas onto a Mitama, and then I just, or just onto anything actually. It's just easy to put them onto a Mitama, and then I just sacrificial fusion that with whatever it is that I'm trying to fuse. So I no longer care about anything else that the demon has. I can just sacrificial fusion and give them whatever buffs and debuffs I want. So like the way I play in SMT3, I'll always ensure that everyone has at least Fog Breath or Warcry, or Debilitate if I get that far in the game. At least Fog Breath or Warcry and one buff. So like, or in the case of Daisajo, I usually give him 2 buffs because what else am I going to do with him? I don't fucking care with what he's doing. And it's really easy to do that. When you just put all of them on, all of the buffs and debuffs onto one Mitama and you just sacrificial fusion it, you can just put whatever you want onto whatever demon, and it makes it very easy to just kind of cruise through and go, I want this demon, here you go, the buffs and debuffs. And I don't need to care about anything else they have. As long as you have buffs and debuffs, you're fine. You're not going to hit weaknesses in SMT3 anyway, because bosses don't have them. Bosses don't have weaknesses in SMT3 after, like, Ginza. Like, you don't, like, bosses just don't have weaknesses anymore. I think Matador is the first boss to not have a weakness, and then after that point, you will never see a boss that has a weakness again, with the exception of Mott. For some reason, is weak to electric. I don't know why. Yeah, I did. I went true neutral, and I killed Abdiel. I think Metatron had the best boss theme. Metatron had the best one. But anyway, in this game, like having to take everyone's innate skills is kind of annoying, and it does the thing that they introduced in 4 Apocalypse. I mean, they technically introduced it in 4, but it was solidified in 4 Apocalypse, and that is you don't have all of your skill slots until you buy them with miracles, except you don't get your 8th skill slot until you reach the final fucking zone, and that is really dumb. Like that is so dumb to do that. I At least in 3, like yeah, okay, you don't have all of your skill slots off the bat, but you will have them pretty quickly if you are fusing efficiently. In 4, you could just like tunnel vision, keep buying the ones like the skill slots ones. But in 4 Apocalypse, they were level gated, and you couldn't get the 8th slot until like level 75 or something insane. And in this, you had to beat the abscesses, but the last abscess to give you the 8th skill slot is in Taito, and that's just too late. Like at that point, it's just fucking annoying. You've done 80-90% of the game without having all your skill slots, and then they give it to you when you don't need it anymore anyway. Yeah, I mean not the boss music, the soundtrack in general for SMT5 has been really good. I can't say there's been any tracks that have just been a miss. There's been some that have been kind of whatever, I guess, but there's been no bad tracks. There's definitely been some out of place ones though, and a lot of the boss themes were very good. Same composer as 4. I kind of figured they had the same composer for most of their games because they definitely have the same feel. Like, unless they were already speedrunning. Yeah, of course they are. People would have been speedrunning it off the bat. I imagine people were already starting to speedrun at day 1. Like, I saw someone routing speedrunning day 1. Enemy info, Demon Compendium, Fusions, Miracles. Is a newborn. Stats level and Miracles. Miracles I would want to carry over, actually. Because of skill slots. That's actually the only reason why. Just fucking skill slots. I hate not having skill slots. It's just annoying. I know, it's certain miracles. So what miracles, I wonder? Because the only one that I care about is skill slots. Although I guess the new unique ones. But I don't have any of those because I'm playing on... I did 2 neutral. And neutral doesn't have any. Only chaos and law get cool miracles. Oh yeah, on Reborn you would absolutely... On Reborn, if you were just skipping random encounters and just running straight to objectives, you could get an ending in a couple of hours easy. Like, not even try-harding it or something. Like, a couple of hours easy. You would blast through the game. The first 3 zones, you would probably be like 2-shotting bosses. Most random enemies would run away from you, but who cares anyway? Just walk around them. And... you wouldn't really be, like, actually fighting bosses until the final area. New Game Plus, Reborn speedruns would be crazy. Yeah, I think that would be boring, though. And honestly, I don't think most people would be interested. Also, how's it going, Marlo? I find a lot of games that have got New Game Plus features, like that, people aren't really interested in the speedrun because it takes too much time to prep a save file to have 999 of every stat and all of that stuff, which is kind of annoying, but also the run itself ends up being pretty boring just because, like, nothing matters. It's just how fast you can mash text and stuff like that. And in this game, all you do to mash text is hold Y. Having to get enough Mimon to get the Avian Super for Shiva added about 30 minutes. Wait, what? Avian Super for Shiva? So, it says certain miracles, but what miracles? Guaranteed mute. Oh, wow. Interesting. How long does it last, though? Because status seems to last for a random amount of turns. In general. Like, even poison, I think, expires after a random amount of turns. Whereas in the other games, or at least that I can think of, some status was permanent and only lasted until it was cured, and other ones were temporary, like Confuse and Charm. They would eventually wear off. Yeah, I'm not really interested in doing the whole Godborn or whatever with level 150 and all that. Like, yeah, I'll probably mess around with it, but I'm not really that interested in it, to be honest. The fun of an SMT game for me is actually starting from scratch and having to build your team again. The only thing that I would really want going into a new game would be just the miracles, so I have my skill slots. Other than that, I actually don't care. It's just the skill slots. It's actually just the skill slots that I care about. Hey, let's try Newborn. I want to see what miracles carry over, though. Ah, I see. Well, I'm gonna skip all this.
What is this? A passing soul?
I can't skip this, apparently. Oh, yeah, I can. You just can't skip it immediately.
Knowing only this, will you still take her hand?
Oh man, I'm not gonna be able to actually check my miracles. Don't take a hand. I'm not gonna do the new Vengeance campaign thing until I stream it, So it will be a first playthrough of the Vengeance campaign when I stream it. I'm not going to start it like now though. Like I'm going to take a break. I don't want to get burned down on the game. As much as I actually do kind of want to start it now, I don't want to get burned out on it. So on the game, because it'll be another long playthrough. Granted, it won't take nearly as long as this one did, I would say, because the first few days I was still like getting comfortable with the game, um, and I spent way too much time just like fucking around. But um, in a sure, whatever. Yes, it is okay. I just want to be able to get to a menu. I don't think it's going to let me menu. I don't think it's going to let me menu until I get to the demon world. I just want to see which miracles I have carried over. It didn't tell me, it just said certain miracles. And that doesn't help me.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey there!
No, this isn't Vengeance. I'm not starting Vengeance.
Hey, hey!
I have to do all the tutorials again. But if I skip all the dialogue, I can probably get back into the world pretty quick. So I don't want to, because I might actually try and get the,
You heard that talk about it being safer to go home in groups, right? You should walk with us.
Oh. I actually found a guide that showed all of the,
Hey, you two! Over here!
decisions and influences on alignment. I just want to get far enough in so I can, menu. I might try and get the other endings offline, but it'd just be so I can get those miracles. I think the top option is always lawful though. So I would do chaos, actually, but because I want the chaos one. Oops. I want the chaos one specifically. The second checkpoint, that's fine, I'll just rush. Well, the penalty is significant because the only reason why I want to get the other endings is to get the miracle from getting those endings. And you only get the miracle if your alignment lines up with your choice. So that's the only real reason I want to do the other endings. So there's a unique miracle that you get for beating chaos while chaos aligned, and a unique miracle for beating lawful while lawful aligned, and they're both really good. Like you can still go with the alignment, like you still pick that ending, but you only get the miracle if you are actually aligned with it. And the miracles are really good. So the chaos one, it lets you not take innate skills on demons. And the lawful one lets you fuse above your level, which is not really that useful, to be honest. But, still got everything? Everything that I've read and heard so far seems to be saying that it's, you have to be aligned and that's the penalty. But, I don't know. I mean, everything that I've read so far, and this is mostly old information, everything that I've read so far specifies that you need to be actually aligned if you want to get the miracle.
Young man.
Young
If
man.
you wish to live, take my hand.
Take his hand or nod. Yeah, I don't really want lore. I can't deal with the whole Hitler Angels thing. It's just, yeah. Chaos, at least sometimes, I can agree with to a certain extent. But lawful is just stupid most of the time.
Young man, you and I.
Like, it's just comically heavy-handed to the point of being dumb.
All hostile.
Demon proficiency. Okay, so the thing that I care about carries over. But not my skill slots. Just the demon skill slots. I mean, I'll see when I get to the thing, I guess. You know what would have been nice, though, as a New Game Plus option? It would have been nice to have a skip tutorial Y/N. Skip intro. That would have been really nice. And it just, like, spawns you here, you know? Even if it makes you do the tutorial battle, that would be nice. Like, that would be fine. Like, even... You just, you know, skip all of the fucking around at school and whatnot. Not that it matters, you can just skip all those cutscenes in 10 minutes anyway, but whatever. I like it when games have the skip intro option for New Game Plus. Rare as it may be. So I keep no items.
Needed.
Oh, yes, I can use the...
There was an unexpected meeting as we make our way to Tokyo.
The gleam grenade, man. That gleam grenade is actually awful, by the way. It's really bad. It's really bad. The healing item? Yeah, the healing item is a free... what is it? A life gem chain or whatever? It's alright. But, like, you get plenty of life gem chains.
You'll want. See you next.
Alright, so I need to... rush to the next one. I like how this random demon just decides that she wants to give you a tutorial and play along. No context of what's going on. No idea who you are or what you want. She's just like, I'm gonna give this guy a tutorial.
Young man.
Good old Skyview. A pixie tradition? Is it though? Like, it's just SMT3, right? That has the pixie as the intro thing. And she, like, doesn't just... she doesn't give you a tutorial, but, like, she wants something from you. She's just not being... She isn't just being friendly. Like, she wants something from you. Like, she wants your help to get out of the place or help find something, right? She wants... Actually, that's right. She wants your help to get to your Yogi Park. But she is giving you a tutorial, but, like... She isn't just coming up to you and being like, hey, I'm going to help you, for some reason. Hey, Marcos. Was it Pixie and Strange Journey? Oh, okay, SMT 1 and 2. I haven't played these ones.
What time you starving here? So I guess we'll be slapping you on the menu too.
Dick's out for Praetor. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I'd only played, so, I mean, I've played a fair few. I've played...
Young man.
3, 4 Apocalypse, Digital Devil Saga 1 and 2, Devil Summoner Rhino 1 and 2, Soul Hackers 1. I think that's it. So I played a fair few of the games, but not that many of the mainline ones. I didn't play 1 and 2.
Isn't this
Actually, I suppose I've played more mainline ones than I haven't at this point, but still. I never played SMT 1 and 2.
Oh?
Miracles. Hand of God. So, yeah, okay. So you get demon proficiency. This kind of just makes New Game Plus even more leaning towards strength builds, because strength builds don't need very many skill slots, and that's kind of the thing. That's kind of the thing that makes strength builds so good, is the fact that it just doesn't need very many skill slots. So, if you go into New Game Plus, you do get to keep your demon proficiency, but you don't get to keep your, what is it, divine proficiency or whatever, your ones? I mean, it's not awful, it's better than nothing, but it's still kind of silly. I wonder why though. Like, why just the demon ones? You really don't like Persona 4. Neither do I. Join the club. Yeah, I'd be curious to know though if people are gonna mod this game. Because there are some things that I would definitely mod in. There are some things I would definitely mod in. You don't mind Persona 4, but you despise Persona 4. That's quite the conflicting opinion. It definitely has some pretty annoying characters, yeah. That is, I mean, I expect that, though. Honestly, when I'm playing JRPGs, I go into it expecting to dislike the characters, and I'm pleased when I don't. But disliking characters isn't going to stop me from playing a game, and I can still very much enjoy a story even if I don't like the characters. That's just how it is. Like, I'm not going to just not play a game just because I don't like the characters. If I'm playing a game, if I'm playing anything even remotely anime, I fully expect to go into it and hate all the characters. But that's whatever. A story can be good despite the characters. The reason why I didn't like Persona 4 was that it's insanely slow, and it is not even remotely plot focused. Like, it doesn't even try to be plot focused. It's a dating sim game that's occasionally inconvenienced by gameplay and plot. And everything else is dating sim, and it's like, nah, I'm good. It's like I want to say 70% or 60% dating sim, maybe like 10 or 20% actual plot, and then the rest of it's gameplay. Like, the story sections are short and then put on hold, and they actually have a thing that like pops up and says advancing the story is put on hold while you have to do school stuff. And while you're doing school stuff and all of the dating sim shit that's associated with school stuff, the plot is literally on hold and does not advance, and all you do is high school drama and hang out with your friends. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, I could get on board with the whole supernatural sleuthing, you know, the demon world is breaking into the real world, and you're having to hop between it where you can, and like try and stop the demon advance, and how they're like taking people and killing them in weird ways. But like, it needs to be focused on that for me to be interested, and it's not. It just simply isn't. It's like take Devil Summoner Raido. Devil Summoner Raido 1. Raido 1, the premise of the story is actually kind of similar to Persona, except you're not playing as a high school student, and it's actually plot focused. You're playing as a supernatural detective guy who kind of has to get around the normal people who have no idea what's going on, and kind of just, you know, work from the back to stop the demons from breaking into the world and all that good stuff. And you're goddamn right, Knight. I spent enough time in high school. I was a kid, and I don't want to go back to being a kid. I spent enough time in high school. I don't need to, like, vicariously live it again through annoying anime teenagers. I don't miss my high school days, and I don't need to fantasize about having friends in high school. But the whole, like, supernatural detective thing is actually a pretty cool premise, honestly. I was super on board with that in Raido. Like, in Raido 1, it goes pretty off the rails. It goes pretty off the rails pretty quick by, like, halfway into the game. It gets pretty ridiculous, you know? It just goes, like, you know, you go from supernatural detective to suddenly time-traveling robots from the past and future, alternate dimensions, all in one. And it's like, okay, that's a little bit stupid. But up until that point, actually, honestly, really cool. I mean, I really enjoyed the Devil Summoner Raido games for the most part, but it's a similar premise, is why I compare them. Like, the whole supernatural detective thing was honestly actually a pretty cool premise for an SMT game, right? It's got the right universe already there. And as an excuse to not involve the normies, right? If you walked into the police station and said that demons are invading from another world, you'd be laughed out of the room, if not locked up, for being a nuisance. And it makes sense to circumvent that. Like, circumvent dealing with the normies, especially since they are not equipped to deal with it anyway. Yeah, exactly. Like, it just goes off the chart real fucking fast in Raido 1. I mean, Raido 2 is just dumb. It's cool, like, the actual overarching plot is cool, but the whole luck portion of it is stupid, and luck as a mechanic is even worse. Like, surely they could have just replaced luck with something else? Like Magatsuhi or something? Something easy? Persona without the heart! Yes. I mean, that gave me a good chuckle, though, when SMT5 first came out. Haven't played 2. So, Raido 2, it does polish some of the Raido 1 mechanics. But, I mean, without going into the plot, without going too much into the plot. So the plot is TLDR, it's revealed right at the start, so this isn't spoilers. Some mysterious people are stealing the world's luck. Like, I'm not kidding, that's what's happening. Some mysterious faction is stealing the world's luck. And luck is a recurring theme in the story, and luck is also a mechanic in the game. And you have to, like, raise your luck stat, and also there's, like, this roulette thing, this, like, slot machine thing that pops up randomly, and there are bosses that can make it come up. And the slot machine, it's like, might give you something good, like, oh, everyone's buffed, you're fully healed. Or it might give you something like, oh, suddenly, every step you take, a banana peel appears under your foot, and you slip over. And I'm not, like, making that up. That's actually one of the things that can happen. And it's just like, wow, you walked into a bad luck room. Whoops, banana peels. Whoops, all banana peels. And that's just a mechanic in the game. And it's the dumbest shit ever. Not only can you not take it seriously, but it's just frustrating to deal with. Because it's like, oh, whoops. The boss used the slot machine, and you died. Haha. Shouldn't you just get good RNG? And that's just a thing. Like, especially with optional battles, like with the Fiends, all of the riders will periodically just use the slot machine, always for a negative effect. And some of the negative effects are just cripplingly lethal. And some of them don't really matter that much. But then you can get other good ones. And it's like luck as a mechanic is just fucking awful. But as a plot point, it's also honestly just kind of silly. But that's Raido 2. It is still an enjoyable game overall, but goddamn, like, the luck mechanic is just dumb. Even if you don't have to deal with it that much outside of optional content. The banana peel thing is what gets me the most, though. It's just unbelievably dumb. Like, the whole point is that, you know, they're stealing everyone's luck. So, like, you know, you wake up in the morning and stub your toe, and then you know, you go to grab your favorite coffee mug, and then the handle falls off, and then you go to use it anyway, but then it cracks open when you pour the hot water into it, and then, you know, you go to get into your car, but the engine's busted now, and then you get out of your car and you slip on a banana peel that's there for some reason. That's like the actual premise, and everyone's just getting like this all the time because of the luck-sucking bugs. And it makes sense, I guess, because Japan loves gambling, but whatever. But it does try to take itself seriously. The funny thing is, though, if you pretend it's not luck, if you just pretend the luck aspect of the story doesn't exist, and you just say it's, I don't know, Magatsuya, they're stealing spiritual energy, the actual plot is legitimately actually pretty cool, and the idea of, I mean, I'm not going to go into details again, because spoilers, you haven't played it, like, what's actually going on with, like, the factions involved and all that, it's actually really cool. If only they replaced luck with literally any other theme or essence or life force, or I don't fucking know, just something that isn't luck. It's so weird. Like, it's just so fucking weird. I mean, SMT is like Persona, though. Like, I don't even like Persona, but of course SMT is like Persona. Persona's a spin-off of SMT. Like, they share a lot of similar battle mechanics. I mean, I know that's just like a meme copy-pasta, but like... What? Of course they're similar. I know it's just a meme copy-pasta, but it's still just weird. But I guess some people are actually like... you know, super triggered by that kind of thing. Oh my god. How dare they compare the game that I like to the game that I don't like? You compared my Fortnite to your Call of Duty? Disgusting. I would hate Thousand Arms. Isn't that the lolly dating sim roguelike or something? Yeah, actually, to be fair, SMT4 Apocalypse specifically is probably the closest to Persona that SMT would be, right? Although I suppose I don't know what the early Persona games are. I don't know what Persona 1 and 2 are like as far as, like, similarity to SMT is. I know Persona 2 has actual adults. I do know that. It's a standard RPG. Okay, I thought I might be thinking of a different one. There's like this lolly dating sim game that I saw someone playing a while back, and I thought it was Thousand Arms. Guess not. But it was like a roguelike. Other than that, like, you know, you would go into town and do lolly dating sim, and then you go into the dungeons and dungeon crawl roguelike thing, like, you know, like Mystery Dungeon or something. You're playing the early Personas. They feel very SMT. Yeah, I mean, for me, I mean, I just don't like dating sim shit. Like, I just don't like it. It's not interesting to me, and at best, it's kind of just annoying, right? But, I don't know, I'd put up with it for a good game. Like, if the game is otherwise really fun, and you're not spending very much time doing it, then fine. Like, I mean, I really like the Harvest Moon games, for example, but the Harvest Moon games don't really have dating sim as much as... I mean, the way Doris said it was, think of it like a rep grind. And there is very little difference, but they are kind of different, right? In Harvest Moon, it is basically, oh, you give them gifts and you fuck off. You read their dialogue if you want to. You don't have to, like, go on a date with them and pick the right dialogue choices to increase their affinity and unlock stuff with them. If you want to romance a character in Harvest Moon, you can. And you just give them shit. You just walk over to their house every day and give them an egg or something. SMT on high school, yeah. Yeah, Persona 3 seems to be when it gained its Persona stride, and I think that's when they started breaking away from wanting it to be called SMT, right? So, Persona 3 is actually called SMT Persona, right? But Persona 4 is just called Persona. They removed the Shin Megami Tensei title. Whereas most of the spin-off, like most of the SMT spin-offs, they keep that SMT title to, you know, I guess almost advertise it for that brand recognition. But for Persona, they wanted to break away from it, I guess, because it went so well by itself. Do you mean North America, or do you mean Europe, or do you mean both? Loza. Nocturne almost ruined Atlas? Really? I thought Nocturne did really well. Didn't Nocturne actually do really well? Like, that's the one that everyone loves and, like, the one most people know everywhere outside of Japan. Okay. Because, like, SMT3 is not called the same thing in North America to Europe. And I'm assuming that the rest of Asia probably got the same as North America. Because as far as I'm aware, most of Asia, like, everywhere in Asia that isn't Japan, they usually get the North American release, I think. Like, they can get both, like, Japanese and North American. But I think they usually can just get one or the other. Huh. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't know the numbers, Griever. I just thought Nocturne actually did quite well, and it, like, added a lot of popularity because people seem to really like... I mean, I guess it's more of a cult following, so I don't know about the numbers. But I know people really liked Nocturne, and it was well received, but I don't know about the sales numbers. I know Nocturne was called something different. It was released differently in Europe. So I think Europe it was called Lucifer's Call, and it wasn't called Shin Megami Tensei 3, right? It was just called SMT Lucifer's Call or something. Whereas in North America it was called SMT 3 Nocturne. And in Japan I think it was just called Shin Megami Tensei 3, right? It wasn't called Nocturne. Is Tokyo Mirage Sessions FE part of the SMT series? I have no idea. I haven't played it. How's it going, Jobble? It's a collaboration. Okay. That one is forbidden. Is that so? Is that the whole Persona Fire Emblem crossover thing? Man, I could not think of a worse possible combination of games. I just would want literally nothing to do with that. Literally nothing to do with that. No thank you. Go home, please. Persona with Fire Emblem art, I see. Is it SMT or is it Persona, though? I mean, I know they're the same thing. But you know exactly what I mean. You know exactly what I mean. Is it high school anime drama? Or is it apocalypse? And recreating the world? No high school. Wow. Still Fire Emblem though, so no, I'm good. Theater nerd drama. Wow, that sounds way more Persona, but okay. No social links. I mean, I didn't actually mean social links. Because the social links aren't actually in every Persona game, right? Aren't they only in, like, 4 and 5? But either way, what I actually meant was the theme. Is it anime teen drama, or is it apocalypse? Oh, it started with 3. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. So people have said that I might like Persona 3, so I kind of figured that was before social links and dating sim shit. A dark story. But is it a dark story surrounded by teen drama like Persona 4? Because I mean, like, at the core of it, it is kind of dark in Persona 4 with people getting murdered in the street, you know, like, oh, well, that chick is dead. She's just hanging from the power lines in town now. Oh, of course. When people say adult themes, they mean depression. I usually just dislike anything that revolves around teenage drama, though. I find that, like, 90% of the time, if the protagonists are teenagers, it's just going to be annoying. Like, it's always going to be shallow teenager child shit if you're dealing with a cast of teenagers or kids. There are, like, some exceptions to this. Like, especially with, like, much older RPGs when, like, the cast of characters are kids. Like, yeah, okay, there's gonna be childish shit, but usually those games tend to be more light-hearted, and it's more of a focus on, like, adventure and coming of age than it is about the dramas and trials and tribulations of childhood. Which is, like, Persona is kind of the opposite, where it's exclusively pretty much about the trials and tribulations of teenagers. You just don't get it, Dad. You grown-ups just don't understand. We teenagers are way more complicated than that, okay? And that's what I don't want to deal with. It's not it's not so much the fact that they're actually youth. It's just that when it's teenagers, they tend to almost exclusively be about dumb teenage drama shit because it's targeted at teenagers who are going through dumb teenage drama shit. Nice South Park voice acting. I appreciate it. Angst, yeah. There's not a lot of... if you take a game like Grandia 1, for example, the entire cast is like... Okay, Justin's like 14. Sue's like 10. I think Fiend is meant to be like 15 or something. I think Rap's about the same age. He's like 15 or something. The entire cast are young. But the fact that they're young, honestly, is kind of irrelevant. It's way more focused on the fact that they're going on this big adventure and taking on something much larger than themselves. And kind of like maturing rather than dealing with childish drama. It's more about maturing and dealing with trying to tackle an adult's job. And they get the help from adults along the way. And they don't just go, you don't get it. You're a grown-up. Like, the adults help them. They're not trying to just make a point to get rid of them. And I think that's way more common in much older RPGs. Like the SNES and PS1 era had a lot of that, where you had a very young cast, but the fact that they were young wasn't really the focal point. And usually there's more of a focus on overcoming things despite their age, rather than overcoming things only because they're young and only the kids can do it. Persona 2 story is very good, but slow. I mean, maybe one day I should try Persona 1 and 2. The other thing is, though, I mean, I've said this before, and I've said a lot of times, So I really like the SMT games, of course, but the thing is, one of the things that I really like about SMT is specifically the press turn system and the customization of your party, right? So like, when you take away the press turn system, it kind of makes my interest diminish a fair bit. But when you take away, like, you know, in-depth customization, my interest kind of wanes a bit there too. Like, even vanilla SMT3's customization was not nearly as good as the HD version, and I thoroughly enjoyed SMT3 vanilla, but like, the customization becomes annoying as fuck because of how inheritance works in the original version of SMT3. But when you're playing, like, say, for example, was it Soul Hackers? Yeah, Soul Hackers 1 had the whole, like, the customization doesn't matter. There's no press turn system. The formations thing was actually pretty cool, but honestly, your lineup doesn't actually really matter at all in Soul Hackers. Like, the only time it mattered at all really was at literally the final boss of the game. That was actually it. It was actually just the final boss of the game that composition mattered even a little bit. Yeah, like, on one hand, I do kind of want to try the old SMT games, and to some extent, I kind of want to try Persona 1 and 2, but I would rather play the SMT 1 and 2 first, and gauge it off of that. But like, the appeal of SMT to me is pretty much in modern SMT. It's the level of customization you get in your party, because I love party customization based RPGs, and the press turn system itself, which is just a really good take on turn-based combat that makes it so much more engaging than, say, your Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest. Let's just pretend that the abomination that is modern Final Fantasy doesn't exist for a moment. Where it's just, you know, you have your attack, you have your spell, you hit things and they fall down, and, you know, they're enjoyable games. It's all my favorite RPGs of Final Fantasy games. But they're not doing anything interesting gameplay-wise. Like, other than Final Fantasy V and 12, there's not a whole lot going on for the gameplay aspect of them. You kind of just cruise through and enjoy the story, and the stories are great, but gameplay-wise, they're not doing anything too crazy, and literally none of the Dragon Quest games are doing, sorry, none of the mainline Dragon Quest games are doing anything interesting for gameplay. And that's why I appreciate ever more these JRPGs that actually do things with turn-based combat to make it interesting. It's why I really liked Chain Echoes. It's why I really like games like Grandia and SMT and just anything that's trying to do something a bit different to, you know, make this otherwise very basic system interesting. Add more layers of strategy, add more complicated mechanics that layer on top of it to make you think about what you're doing, rather than just going into the fight and going Ultima and Omnislash and then winning for free. Expedition 33, I have not heard of that one. You may like something French. I can't say I've played a lot of French games, but I've seen a lot of French movies. And what I appreciate about French media is that they try to be different, sometimes to the detriment. Definitely look up the trailer. If you happen to have the trailer on hand, could you link it to me or post it in Discord? If you have it on hand anyway. If you don't, that's all good. I'll try and find it a bit later. Let's take a look at this. Expedition 33. Alright, hang on a second. Let's watch...
Product not yet rated.
Let's watch this together. Beyond Good and Evil was
Sage
good,
away
yeah.
And paint again. Paint a new number. Ticking down every year. One stroke. And everyone of that age vanishes into nothingness. Every year she paints again. And every year, an expedition departs for the continent with one hopeless mission. Destroy the paintress so she can never paint death again. We'll break the cycle so she can't steal anyone else's future.
This world is full of wonders.
Yet everywhere we go, we walk with death.
Do you mean we're the only ones left?
Even if we fail, we lay the trail for those who will come after. Right? We are Expedition 33.
PlayStation.
Okay. PlayStation, lol. So, not playing it then. I like how much walking there was in that gameplay trailer. The Naruto thumbnail. Yeah, that's a pretty funny video. All I can say though, from what I saw of the actual gameplay, the 10 seconds of gameplay that was in that trailer is spinning cane. There's a Steam page? Oh, okay. So it's a temp exclusive then. It's pretty standard though. I feel like it's pretty much just like actual permanent exclusives. Oh, it's not an exclusive at all. Well, I guess that was just an ad for PlayStation then. But speaking on exclusives, it seems pretty much standard nowadays that nothing's really a permanent exclusive unless it's actually a first party from Nintendo or Sony. It's probably a temporary exclusive at best. Oh, that was from a PlayStation show. Ah, okay. Yeah, so like Bloodborne, I think is, I don't know, the deal with Bloodborne is really, my speculation is that for whatever reason, Sony got a really good deal because they got a really good contract because they assisted with the development. So now it's in their hands whether it can or can't get released, and they are never going to let that go because Bloodborne and Demon Souls and Dark Souls in general, but they don't have the thing for Dark Souls. Demon Souls and Bloodborne are big enough ticket of a game for people to buy a console just to play them. Yeah, so they got a very, very good deal on them, whereas with the Dark Souls games, From Software wasn't stupid. I don't know why Bloodborne, though. That's the weird thing for me, is Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 were all just From Software, and they were, by the time Bloodborne came out, the franchise was very popular and pretty huge, right? That was at the point where they were big, and they wouldn't have to take an unfavorable contract, but they did anyway, and it just weirds me out. Yeah, a lot of Japanese companies don't like to release things on PC because PC is the big evil Americans. But most companies aren't bad for it. At the end of the day, though, a lot of these, like especially larger Japanese companies, they are in the business of making money, and the bottom line is that releasing it on more platforms is usually going to be a net gain, especially for popular franchises. That's why, like, I mean, especially with like Atlus's recent trend of actually releasing things on PC, but like when SMT5 originally came out on the Switch, it was revealed that it was a temporary exclusive from the start, and people were still doubting it. And it's like, it sold really well, and people were constantly crying for a PC release. And I was just like, right off the bat, I mean, even without the Nvidia leak, it's like, you know it's gonna happen. Like, they would be fools not to at that point. They would be fools not to. Yes, it costs money to port a game, but it's obviously going to do well. It did really well already, and there's so much demand and outcry for it. And they had historically shown that their other, like, Persona ports to PC did really well and all of this shit. Yeah, so SMT5 was a temporary exclusive, and, like, the date at which the exclusivity was going to end was leaked really early, and it stayed there for a long time, but I was like, okay, they're probably going to release, like, a complete edition, or they'll do, like, a big DLC thing, and then they'll release that on all systems. And that's literally exactly what happened. It was exactly what happened. Yeah, timed exclusive. But, like, a lot of the time when... I notice Sony does this a bit. They do the whole... they won't, like, reveal... They don't want to reveal that it's a timed exclusive. They want you to think that it's a permanent exclusive. But permanent exclusives are pretty fucking rare at this point. I think it's just that in order to, like, pay for an exclusive, you're gonna have to offer that developer, like, unless it's a first party. Like, Nintendo, obviously, they don't have to pay shit. They're making the game from a first party. So, like, they don't have to, like, pay exorbitant exclusive fees to have Mario only on the Switch. But, like, if they wanted to have an exclusive game from some random third party, they're gonna have to actually offer them enough money to compensate for the fact that they're not releasing it everywhere else as well, right? But in this market, like, with how big video games are as a market, even though the industry is super fucked, I know the industry is super fucked and it's not as profitable as it seems, whatever, you're going to have to offer them enough money to compensate for the sales in the other market. But the industry is huge. There's a lot of sales. And most of the time, you know, Sony and Nintendo probably don't want to shell out hundreds of millions of dollars to get an exclusivity on a game, because at that point it's not really worth it. And it's even, like, leaking into PC in more recent years, where, like, Epic Games will pay for temporary exclusivity of games that are coming to PC. And you better fucking believe developers will jump on that. But, like, Epic will buy exclusivity for, like, 1 year. So if you want to play it on PC, you have to buy it on Epic. Unless you don't mind waiting. But, you know, people who really want to play it straight away, they're just going to buy it on Epic. And give their data to the Chinese government, of course. And I guess their money, too. Yeah, I mean, I kind of like that there's multiple... Not kind of like. I quite like that there's multiple online markets for video games on PC. So you've got your GOG and your Steam and your Epic and whatever. There's a couple of them. There used to be more, but some of them were shut down, I think. But, like, it's good because competition. Like, and, like, the counter to that is Nintendo, who runs the only market. They never do sales. They never have to do sales. And they control it all entirely, and they just don't lower prices and all of that shit. It's terrible. But I just specifically don't like Epic, because they're a really scummy company, and I also don't really want to support the Chinese government. believe it or not. But any of the other ones, like GOG, I'm happy to play stuff on GOG or Steam or whatever it's available on. I have a handful of games on GOG. To be fair, I usually get things on Steam because it's just simply more convenient. But I have a handful of games on GOG, and I've purchased games from other markets as well. Even if I actually put the key into my Steam library, I did purchase it somewhere else. I'm all for having more market for competition. Having a market dominance and just like monopoly like the Nintendo market has is never good. It's super anti-consumer, the same way that exclusives are anti-consumer. Like I prefer to play things on PC, obviously, because I need to have a good PC or a decent PC anyway. So it isn't much of a stretch for me to want to play games on PC. But like even though I don't buy consoles anymore, if people want to play on consoles, then more power to them. But, you know, I think people should probably be free to be able to play the games on the system they want to play them on. Naturally, not every developer is going to have the time or money to be able to release all of their games on all of the systems. But when the console companies themselves are paying, like they're shelling out cash to get exclusives, even if temporarily, it's so anti-consumer, and it kind of irks me that fanboyism, especially for consoles, is at the point where people will be like, yeah, Sony is superior because look at this awesome exclusives. And you know, like, it's like, you're actually praising a company for being actively anti-consumer. You're praising a company for being actively and openly anti-consumer. That's how fucking brainwashed you are. And it's like, Jesus. Yeah, Sony is actually releasing a lot of their titles on PC, and it's kind of funny, because it goes back to what I was saying earlier, how at the end of the day, even with these, like, very hard-headed Japanese companies, at the end of the day, they're in the business of making money, and when you release their games, like, yeah, okay, it might cut into their console sales, but when you release their big titles like Uncharted and God of War onto PC, they make a fucking lot of money on those titles. Like, at the end of the day, Sony wants to make money, and I guess they realize the bottom line was that they're gonna make probably more money if they release those games on PC as well, even if it's after a temporary exclusivity period. Also, how's it going, Solaire? Cardboard and origami instructions as a game add-on. Wasn't that Nintendo? Yeah, like what do they call it? Labo or something? Labo? That was something else. Man, that crashed hard though. That just like crashed into a huge burning pit. But people probably paid a shitload of money for it anyway because Nintendo collectors are crazy. And yeah, I mean, for me, Marcus, that's one of the reasons why I do like PC, is that I can still go back and play Half-Life. I can still go back and play Age of Empires, you know, Warcraft 3, games that I really enjoyed when I was a kid. I don't need to, like, hold on to, like, my old Windows 95 PC from when I was a kid to play the games that I played as a kid. I can still play them. Granted, though, games that were made before 2000 tend to have some issues, but usually those issues can be circumvented by like doing things like, you know, running it in DOSBox or installing a patch thing, which, granted, that doesn't really help you if it's a really obscure game, but usually the workarounds are not that hard to come by, especially if it's a more popular older title. And usually if you're replaying an old-ass game, you're probably replaying something that was popular that's got some pretty heavy nostalgia value. Like, I don't know, going back and playing Diablo 1 or something like that. Really? Yeah, like, some games are fine, but, like, I mean, take for example, I played Deus Ex. I played Deus Ex, what was it, like, last year? And, I mean, it was a great game. But I had to install a patch onto that game to give it VSync, because otherwise it tries to run the game as fast as it possibly can, and that means, because the physics are tied to FPS, that means that, you know, the game was trying to run at like 900 FPS, and if I even like breathed on the keyboard, I would run to the other side of the universe, because the game was just running at like 100 times speed. And that is definitely a problem that a lot of the older games, not a lot of it, some older games have, but it's usually pretty easy to fix. I don't know. Console fanboyism is insane though. Like, I totally get wanting to use the system that you are comfortable with. I mean, I do it myself. But actually, like, siding with and praising companies for, like, paying for exclusivity is insane. Like, that's straight up just praising a company for being anti-consumer. That's it. That's all it is. And so many people are brainwashed to the point of not understanding that. And this is baffling to me. Yeah, actually, you know what's funny though? Speaking of consoles and playing old games, one of the big things for me with some older consoles especially was backwards compatibility, right? Because I like to play older games, and usually for me, whether or not I am going to pick up a game or enjoy it has no bearing. No bearing. Like, sorry, the age of the game has no bearing on my enjoyment of the game. I will happily play a PS1 game or a SNES game if it's a good game. Like, I don't care that it wasn't released in the last year. Like, the FOMO at this point is crazy. People will usually only pick up things and play them when it's new and, like, you know, currently popular and active, because they just want to get on the train. But then, you know, they never end up going back and playing anything that they missed out on, because, you know, by the time they're done with the Elden Ring DLC, there'll be something else that they want to jump on and not miss out on, right? And I mean, I get that, but, like, at the same time, yeah, I want to play the Elden Ring DLC, but I also like playing older games too and replaying things that I like. And yeah, like, anyway, backwards compatibility, kind of just got sidetracked there. Backwards compatibility was kind of important for me because, like, you know, I got a PS2 knowing that I could play PS1 games on it. And when I was going to get a PS3, I never actually got one when they came out because they were so expensive. But when, like, at first, a PS3 had backwards compatibility, and I was like, hell yeah, I can still play my old games on it. But then they removed that in later releases of the PS3 when I got around to actually getting one when they were a reasonable price. Because when they came out, they were expensive as hell. And I was disappointed. I was so disappointed. And it's something that, like, the Nintendo systems never really had. I mean, the Wii could play the GameCube games, and you could play GBA games on the GameCube with an attachment. But the Nintendo systems never had that backwards compatibility that I so desired that the PlayStation systems did. Yeah, I mean, for online-only games, like for MMOs or just generally online focus games, then yes, obviously, you're gonna want to be there when the game is new and fresh. But, let's be real, that is not most games, and most people are not only playing those games. Some people are, but those people tend to exclusively play, like, people who don't also play single-player games tend to exclusively play online games, and they tend to, like, really stick to one of them, and they would only jump onto a new one if it's, like, the new up-and-coming, you know. If they are big into, say, Apex, if a new Battle Royale came out, they're probably going to jump on it and play that for a while and decide if they want to play that or Apex, which is a little bit different. I mean, like, specifically, people who play majority single-player games and they just want to jump on the bandwagon every time there's a new thing, and that's totally fine. I just mean, like, you miss out on a lot of things if you do that. If you only focus on what's new, you don't enjoy the classics and a lot of really good stuff in general. For me, when I was a kid, I just kind of played whatever I had available to me, and the release date of the game had no bearing on anything. I just played what was available to me and what looked good. Most of the time, I didn't know who the developer was, I didn't know what year it was released. All I knew was it looked cool and was on the systems that I had. Cooler World, never heard of it. Yeah, like, most of the games that... So, when I was a kid, we got a Super Nintendo, like, late in the 90s, I guess. Like, the N64 probably would have already been out, but not for long. Actually, it would have been, like, yeah, like, maybe, like, 96 or 7 or something. Yeah, it would have been, like, 96 or something like that, because I was very young. I barely remember it. When we got a Super Nintendo. And, you know, then we got an N64 and a PS1, both of which were late in their life cycles. I just played what was available to me, and what looked cool. I would rent games from Blockbuster, and I would just be like, this looks cool, I'm trying it. That was it. That was the criteria. Either a friend would loan a game to me, or they would say a game is good, or I would rent it from, like, Blockbuster or whatever and go, this looks cool, I'm playing this. And I'd rent it and play it for the week, or whatever. I owned only a handful of games. And so I played lots of different stuff from different years and different developers and whatever. I certainly wasn't looking at the new releases because I never got new releases. I never rented new releases because it was more expensive. And I never bought them because I didn't have very much money. But I also just wasn't even looking at them because I just didn't fucking care. I was just looking for, like, something new might not look as cool as something old. And even when I had a PS2, I still occasionally would get PS1 games because, you know, they're good. Like, they're just games. Like, I didn't care about the graphics. I didn't give a shit about the graphics. The PS2 graphics also looked blocky and silly. I wasn't, like, playing them for the realism. Video game location. I think it's also good, though, to, like, with new stuff anyway, especially with how expensive games are nowadays, when new stuff is coming out, you know, to wait and just chill for a bit, see what the reception's like. Because, like, you know, sometimes, well, I mean, I never pre-order, but, like, sometimes a game comes out, and even though it's, like, mega hyped up, it turns out to be shit. Never forget No Man's Sky. Never forget No Man's Sky. Video game renting. Oh, I mean, which... Are you, like, really, like, rural, or are you in a country that didn't really do it, Marcos? I have no idea where you are. But, like, Blockbuster and Video Easy and that kind of thing was definitely a thing here. I know it was also very much a thing in the US, but it was always a thing here. And I was never really that far. Like, when I was a kid, I mostly grew up in, you know, like, outer suburbs of the city. Mostly around Brisbane. But, like, not in the city itself. Never seen that anywhere in France, really. Maybe I should ask PK. It might have been a thing that just wasn't in France, to be honest. Oh, I see. So you had it just not for video games. Well, yeah, I mean, the video, like, Blockbuster and all that, they usually had a pretty small video game section, but it was always a thing. Even, like, the, like, local video store rental things, they always had a video game section. It was just usually pretty small, and usually kind of expensive. I guess because video games, like, buying a copy of a video game is way more expensive than buying a DVD. or a VHS. By the time I was paying for my own rentals for like DVDs and shit, for movies and whatnot, I was already beyond VHS. So even though I grew up watching VHS, by the time I had money, like my own money, DVDs were the new hotness. Yeah, I remember seeing that a bit as well, Loza, but that was really rare. PC rental games, way rarer. I know, though, what was actually weird, though, I think it was only Video Easy that did this. But Video Easy had rental consoles. Like, you could rent a PlayStation. And it was expensive as hell. But you could rent a whole game console with the games. The scratch discs, I mean... I think in the case of like Blockbuster, I think it might have happened to me like once, but like if you rented the game and it was all like or a DVD, if it was all scratched up and didn't work, they would just give you a refund or let you pick something else or whatever. You know what was actually fucked though was renting N64 games or cartridge-based games because they had the save files on the cartridge rather than the memory card. So, like, you know, if you're renting a PlayStation game, you had your own memory card, so you could rent it again and continue with your save file. But with N64 or Super Nintendo, because the cartridge held the save files, you, if you wanted to, like, actually finish that game, you had to do it in that 1 week or rent it again immediately, because odds are, if you didn't, the save file would just be gone by the next time you get it. Because someone else would rent it and they'd save over it. Oh, really? Interesting. It was probably, honestly, it's probably the same here, Marcus. I would say that's probably a common thing. Like, I know a lot of, like, movie companies and video game companies, especially Nintendo was notorious for this, they fucking hated the idea of rentals because they made no money on it. It's basically piracy to them. And I would not be surprised if they used their money and or political sway to be able to force rental places to buy extra expensive copies. Well, I mean, I imagine it was just literally the same, except they would get a license for it, and they would probably have someone that goes there and checks their licenses. They would check their, like, catalog and licenses, like a DMCA guy, I guess. He'd be like, hey, do you have the license to be able to play my music in this venue? But, you know, replace that with, renting video games and or movies. I mean, that kind of thing is nothing new at all. Either way, I suppose. We've been sitting here rambling for about 50 minutes now. I think I finished testing the miracles at about 11, right? It's 11:50 now almost. Yeah, the rental places got absolutely fucked. You know what's funny though? People being nostalgic about Blockbuster when it's kind of Blockbuster's fault that it died. And it's like, you're mourning the loss of the thing by mourning specifically the thing that caused the loss. And it's like, well, I guess you really don't actually dig too deep into the thing that you care about, huh? Replaced by yeah, but it got replaced by Netflix because of Blockbuster's really aggressively shitty practices. That's why it was a big part of why Netflix was so successful at first, was basically Blockbuster's really shitty practices because they, and actually, you know what's funny? I think they had the option, they had the opportunity to buy Netflix, right? But they just didn't, because they're like, oh, this won't work, this was gonna fail, and they continued doing their shitty practices with their like super aggressive late fees and strict times and making everything so awkward and generally being shitty to customers. When Netflix was just ease of access and being loose and easy, whereas yeah, Blockbuster was the complete opposite, and obviously they crashed because of that. Like, you know, shit. People don't like it when you're a scumbag. CEX? I don't even know what that is. I've seen a couple, like, local rental places around Lozo. Like, I mean, granted, not recently, but where I used to live, well, I mean, I don't live there anymore, so it doesn't matter. I used to live at a place called Holloway's Beach, which is north of Cairns, and there was a local video rental place there, and I was shocked. This was like, I want to say like 10 years ago now, which is, you know, not recent, but that's like well after the collapse of Blockbuster. Way, way, way after the collapse of Blockbuster. So, like, I was surprised to see it, to be honest. I can't imagine they did a lot of business, but it was just there. And I was just surprised, I guess. Just, oh, I see. Let's see. CEX Australia. If I can type. Buy, sell games, phones, DVDs, Blu-rays. Do people even buy DVDs anymore? Or is it just... I mean, I always say DVD, even though I know Blu-rays are what people deal with. Are DVDs even a thing anymore? Like, I haven't actually bought a physical disc of fucking anything in a very long time. Holy shit, you can buy PlayStation 2 games on there. Steam Deck. Holy shit. 64 gigabyte Steam Deck, $700. Army of Two on the PS3. That game is so good. That game was actually super fun. Also, $6. Huge shop in London. Oh, okay. I used to buy imported games from Oz Game Shop, which was based in the UK. I have no idea about that one, Marcus. I mean, DVD definitely like lasted a long time with the release of Blu-ray because Blu-ray was so expensive. Like getting a Blu-ray player was really, really expensive, and people were buying PS3s when they came out because it was cheaper than buying a Blu-ray player. But at this point, I'm sure getting a Blu-ray player is not expensive, and I imagine it's just standard. Like, is there any real reason to use DVDs at this point? I don't actually know. I'm just guessing that by this point DVDs are probably phased out. Xbox 360 controllers. Jesus. You can buy all kinds of weird shit. Hang on. PlayStation 2 games. They actually sell PS2 games and accessories in here. Gran Turismo 2, Vice City, San Andreas, like actual, like real hardware. Obviously, I'm assuming these are just used. But like, SingStar, oh god. GTA 3. You know, I never actually finished GTA 3, Vice City, or San Andreas. Never actually finished them. I played the shit out of San Andreas and never finished it. 90% of my playtime in that game was just putting in cheats to get all weapons and then going on a rampage until I died. So I never actually owned it. I really should actually go back and replay and finish San Andreas because I really enjoy the GTA games. Hey, Uxloth. If you were rich, you would construct your own Cathedral of Shadows with a giant mummy GF statue with a synth piano. I mean, it depends on how rich I am. I would say that if I had a lot of money, there are other things I would probably want to do first. But if I had unlimited money, sure, why not? Like, I imagine if you had a shitload of money, you could probably get yourself your own Sophia. Or at least a hot woman to dress up like Sophia. Probably have to pay extra for that. But, you know, you could. I think that would probably be more fun than the statue, though. I don't know how much you'd have to pay someone to cosplay as Sophia for you, though. Yeah, San Andreas was actually a real long game, right? Compared to... It was a fucking huge game, though. It was a huge game. Like, the actual world itself, I mean. I think there's a reason why it's, like, so popular. I actually watched a bit of a history on Rockstar a while back, which was talking about well, all of their games, not just GTA, but it, like, they kind of one-upped themselves with every subsequent GTA game. Not only, like, in the amount of, like, effort and quality that went into the games, but, like, how well they did. I think every GTA game outsold the one before it by a good margin. Like, it's pretty wild. The production value just went up every time. GTA and Rockstar in general, they're just so huge. Yeah, I would say it would cost less than building a cathedral. That is definitely true. I think building a cathedral would be very expensive. But, you know, if you wanted your own personal Sophia, I think it would still be pretty, you know, expensive in the long run, as opposed to just for one night. Probably expensive in the long run if you were going for a more permanent setup here. No Sophia GF. I don't know. I can think of other things that I would like. She's nice, not necessarily my type. Is that a Final Fantasy VIII battle menu? Needs more tentacles. Yeah, a couple tentacles here and there couldn't hurt. You can definitely have some fun with tentacles. The menu when you have no GF. I mean, it's the menu when you have nothing. Because you can't get rid of the attack command. You don't just not have a GF. You don't have items, you don't have magic, you don't have draw, you don't have any of the other commands like defend or dark side or anything like that. You've got fucking nothing there. You've only got beat attack. Beat enemy. Time to fuse my body with the asbestos. Hell yeah. I mean, I did at one point live in a really old ass house that had asbestos in the walls, and we had to, because we were renovating it, had to actually, we had to remove all the asbestos in a very unprofessional way. And, you know, I mean, I don't have cancer, I guess, as far as I'm aware. I've got other problems that are kind of worse, but, you know, best to soak it. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know shit. But anyway, it's late. It's half an hour past ending time, but we've been rambling on for so long. As much as I enjoy doing so, though, I think I will stop for the night. Feel free to drag this on over to Discord, though, because, you know, as always, this is the kind of quality content I'm here for. Talking shit about video games and or other things is why I'm on Twitch. I should become a professional just chatting streamer. Maybe I'll make money that way. But let's see if I can find somebody to host up. What is going on Twitch? Fire Emblem. No, thank you. Let's see. Alrighty. I mean, I don't know this person, but they're playing SMT5, and that's a good time. Um, but yeah, I will be back tomorrow. Probably start on the next game. Not really sure because on when the FF14 expansion comes out, I'm probably going to take a break for a couple of days so I can like burn through the stuff that I want to do on release and get prepped for the upcoming content and all of that stuff. So I'm probably going to like skip stream for a couple days or something while I do that. I'll probably still like stream it on Discord if anyone wants to hang out in there, but so I'm not sure if I want to start the next game when I'm going to be taking a break afterwards, but I might do anyway. Who cares? Who really cares, I suppose, but you know. I guess I'll figure that out when I get there. But either way, I'm done for today. The Discord is there for anyone who would like to join. I always like to see more people jumping in there. But until next time, have a good morning, day, or evening, whatever is appropriate to your time zone. Have a good one, and say hi to a random British dude.